Hey, welcome all. This is a short stream, probably. I think it's gonna last for about 2 hours. It's not gonna take too long since I'm very close to the end goal. The only objective that I have for today is to reach Risk 27. Since we were so close in yesterday's stream, we already reached Risk 26, but I haven't actually pulled it up to 27 yet. So we're gonna figure that out today with whatever units that I have in my account. Alright. It's gonna be an interesting time. But before that, of course, let me just do some chatting with you guys, and you guys know the drill for the day as well. Alright, welcome. Let me get the camera up. I think you guys can see me. Yeah! Hello everybody. I think there's some water driplets on my spectacles because I just showered before this. Give me a while. I think people do this as well, like those of you with spectacles, you all will just take your shirt, you all will use it to clean. I don't think that's the best, most optimal way to treat your specs, but it's convenient. So, yep. Hello there. Why do I stream this late? That's because I stream Valorant in the day, and then afterwards I need to take a little break. I was doing other things before this, and then now I'm back online again. This should be the last time that I streamed before day 8 of the event. I will be back on day 8 of the event when the new challenges hit. There might still be Valorant streams here and there, but I think in terms of Arknights, I will take a pause for a little bit, and then I'll be back again when the new challenges appear, especially because of Challenge 8. Challenge 8 is the ridiculous one. And I don't know if I will want to push it up beyond Risk 27. Maybe I would, but we will see until that point happens. So that's that. So now you guys know the plan. Before that, you might only tune in for half an hour, but best of luck. Oh, thank you, thank you. I mean, you can always rewatch the stream later on after the stream has been saved as a VOD, right? Is there any big stuff or AK stuff that I need to mention to you guys? Not really. The most that has occurred in Arknights is the fact that CN received a game-changing update, which was the modules. So it's been live for a while now. A lot of people are testing it and everything. It looks a lot of fun. You know, I was looking at the Chen modules, I was looking at the Mostima module, all the various operators and how impactful it is onto some of them. So it's nice to see CN having fun. That also means that we will have our own fun in a few more months' time down the road. Alright? So we will see that as it happens. No fun if you can't interact with chat and streamer. I think that's the joy of Twitch or streams, right? Because you all get to be in, you get to have the live session where whatever that you type, I'm immediately reacting to it. I see your questions, I'll answer you back straight off. So yeah, fun stuff that we shall be doing. Now, before that, you already have understood that the streams for the entire month has been basically sponsored by a very nice VPN of ours. I've gave you all the reasonings of ping, of store, of unblocking websites, whether it's for research purposes, work purposes, and all this kind of thing. But we go even deeper down when we talk about the VPN methods, you know. When you look at VPN itself, right, one of the main things that you guys may have heard of is the fact that VPN is a way that you can protect your own privacy. So, if you're not aware, what it does is that it actually puts your internet like IP address into another country of your choice, and by doing that, you're keep making yourself protected. Because if let's say anybody wants to like look at your data, they want to somehow track you down or something, they can't really do that perfectly because of the fact that you use a VPN. And the more interesting thing about Surfshark is that I can actually show you guys the screen. Actually, hold on, let me just open up Surfshark itself because I have that on my computer. It's turning on. The reason why I don't like actively use it for now is because I'm not as concerned, but then again, I can definitely see its purposes. So let's open. Let me change my window. Ta-bam. Oh wow, it's so bright. Oh, it's white mode. Oh my god, wait. Okay, never mind. You guys will see this. Are you missing out on any interface? Yeah, you guys are. Okay, hold on. I need to show you a different screen, not this one. I think this one will work better. Maybe. No, this will not work better. Hold on. Flashbang, yes. Hold on. I need to resize the entire window. Ta-da! Super good interface. And let's resize this. I don't need it to be that big though. Hold on. Okay, I think this works. Let me just close the window behind. So yeah, you can basically connect to any country of your choice whenever you're using this particular VPN. As long as you decide that maybe there's a reason why you want to connect to that particular area, you can do so. So for example, if I want to connect to the US, then I can do just that. And that will change some of my interfaces of the website that I go to. There is also a choice of connecting to places that will be faster. For example, let me just give it some time for it to attempt to connect to the US. I'd assume it's a little longer because the US is much further. You see that? We detected an issue with your connection. Please check your internet or try reconnecting. Okay, if I choose a fastest location, then of course it should be linking me into Singapore in a little bit. Unless my internet is screwing up on me. Unless it's my internet issue. Wait, I'm going to cancel this. Yeah, just cancel the connection. So let's click fastest location. Yeah, then of course you'll connect to Singapore because this is nearby to my place. Nearest country will of course show the same thing as well. So when I talk about the security thing, I was so fascinated that there was this particular option that Surfshark offer, which is instead of just jumping your internet to one country, your internet can jump to multiple countries. So if you're like, okay, I don't just want people to not be able to spy me. You know, what happens if this one security layer is not enough? You can even multi-hop. So you can go from one place, so let's say you want to connect to the United Kingdom first, and then from United Kingdom you connect to France again. Then this is like doubling down on security basically, that people can't detect you all that easily. And I don't think I often see this all that much. Oh my god, my YouTube just reloaded because I connected to a different network. That's why the music just stopped. Yeah. We can exist in multiple places at the same time. Exactly! So this was pretty cool. I think there are some of the other VPN services might offer this as well. The idea of multi-hopping your IP address. But for the fact that Surfshark is able to I don't know if this affected the internet connection on my stream, by the way. It might have. Hopefully that didn't affect you all that much. But yeah, it's a very low price for good security. Especially if you're working in some kind of work that needs that level of privacy, this will be good for you. So that's the new reason that I'll offer for you guys today. You can use the coupon code of Cookie to download Surfshark for yourself. Alright, even if you use the !VPN, you'll be directly linked into this page. Okay, let's get back into the game. Now I remember on Discord you asked for resetting handhold, you finally did it by yourself. Let's go! Great job. It's good that you do it by yourself. But now I've got to do this by myself. So welcome back to Risk 27. And I need to adapt and improvise here. Oh, my select is M1 at the moment, but not M2. The M2 is still in progress. Surfshark makes it so that we do Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, so we exist in multiple countries. I don't know what's the reference to that. I don't watch enough anime or manga to know. I feel like taking mountain in the stage actually. I'm thinking, where am I supposed to get the mountain from? Like, I actually don't think I need select. And let me borrow a bagpipe. Okay, let's try this. I probably don't even need gravel as well. Whatever. Okay, wait. I tell you what. Yeah, I actually don't think I need gravel. I'm gonna drop gravel out of the squad. So a Mud Kel duo, your mind was blown to pieces. It happens. Is this my own account? Of course it's my own account. What the fuck? Who will handhold anybody else's max risk? If you're doing that, get a doctor. A real life doctor, by the way, not an in-game doctor. But the decrease in ASPD is insane. Oh. Okay. Doing others Rs27 is more refreshing than mouthing Chowdhullers. That's a you problem. Just do Chen Outer in your account. That's not. I mean, unless you don't have Chen Outer, then okay, I get it. But like, yeah. Oh, you don't have Chen Outer? RIP. Everybody salute to the drills now. He's a warrior. Don't worry, you'll get her sometime soon. Oh! What? It's hard. Freaking ASPD down, man. ASPD down is terrible. Did I leak the caster? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna leak the caster. But I haven't reached that part yet. Ah! To try Risk 25 without leaking anything, you can. No, Risk 25 without leaking anything is pretty easy. Hi. Oh my god, this is a nightmare! No! No, I will not handhold. How many times must I tell you guys? I'm a broken record now. Raise Trend Alter or slow the blindy? I'm also thinking of blocking the blindy. That means no Silver Ash. Maybe I can block the blindy with Mountain, then I can use Kafka to sleep. If I'm desperate for R27, oh, you mean not me, right? You mean the people who's watching, right? The stream code was leaked. Oh, that's sad. How to ask for handholds? No, you can't. You can't. You can't. No, ask for handholds in my Discord server actually. But I won't be the one hand-holding. Other people will hand-hold for you. I'll show you. I'll show you guys what I mean later, once I'm done with this. Yeah, see me suffer by not watching any freaking videos to help me right now. I don't know why I do this to myself. I got no Kafka. Oh my god. I got no Kafka to deploy. Yeah, it is max risk. And NG? You don't need NG in this map. So I will not resort to an NG. NG will just take up deployment, which is not good for me. Will Phantom be better and faster? I know Phantom was used in max risk, so maybe, but I will not use Phantom. I'm gonna stick to my dearest Kafka. Yeah, I probably don't even need the Seaborn. I think the Seaborn is needed at all. What's my plan to deal with Free? Free is the easy one. It just rotates Chen, Alter, and Surter. Then that's good enough. Mountain can also break the shield. Mountain will help to break the shield with like each rotate of Surter and Chen Alter skill. But the problem is I don't know how to handle that part of the blindy and all. Even the envy is a problem. Free is the hard part. No. Free is not the hard part. After I've gotten used to 26, I already come to understand how to handle Free. And I understand the color sequence already. The problem now is I can't kill the blindy. I don't have enough attack going on. It could be level gated though, for all I know. The purpose of why I didn't Kelsey. Kelsey doesn't do much. What's the difference between 26 and 27 now? ASPD. Which I know I've heard what ASPD will screw up for the boss. But I'm not that worried. Now my problem is I can't kill. I've already done risk 3 HP in my 26.
かりました先輩。
Did you buy Elysium? You got Myrtle and Silac? No. No. You just need one standard bearer in your life. 2 is... Holy shit! You have all the DP you want in the world. 3 is... But why? You get my idea? But it doesn't hurt to collect them all, so it's really up to you. I rather not. I rather let Elysium naturally come to your account. Meaning like off banner or on banner, whichever there is. But you don't have Silac. Myrtle's enough though. No, okay, when should you definitely use your like yellow certs to get Elysium? If you don't have Myrtle and Silac, then I think it makes sense. Because having a standard bearer is very impactful in account. But if you already have a Myrtle, I don't see the point of having an Elysium. It's just nice. No, you don't only need 2 of them at max. You just need 1 of them at max. Oh wait, no. Okay, yeah. I stand by what I say. You only need 1. Elysium skill 2 is irreplaceable. Uh... Well, no. Technically, Silac is a replacement. Technically, you kinda can switch Silac skill 3 with Elysium skill 2. It's not the direct photocopy, but I get why you say Elysium is very special. I'm trading you for Phantom.
私の出番か。
All 3 Vanguards It's how much pace do I think my brain can handle? I've already hit 27, so my brain can handle 27. I mean, I've been doing this for like, this is my 11th or 12th hour on this already. So, yeah. Okay. I am not the most certain, but we're gonna give it a go. This will not be easy. What do I get for risk 27? Nothing but the joy of accomplishing something that means nothing.
君の指し示す方向に
私を厄災扱いしないで誰にも死んでほしくないのビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒と共に参る
Don't do drugs, man.
大気中思考を
Do Arknights risk 27!
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて
And then you'll get like all the high that you want.
これで奴らが災いを生み出し戦争を引き起こした元凶なのか
言われなく俺かもなリンゴちゃん今日も
誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
ここが戦場あなたたちの心に染み込んでいくわ
Oh dear.
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見えるか
気をつけて行動しますね
This is bad. The SP gain on Aya is very bad. I think I need to use someone to continue blocking this guy.
先輩温度安定しています誰のこと
I could also trigger... Okay, no. Change of plan, change of plan. Let's trigger Nightingale's skill earlier. So I'll do it like this. How many risks do you need to do to get all the rewards? Just risk 18 will do.
マニュアル通りにすれば良いのでしょう
Wow, I get maidens after getting risk 27? You better mean what you say.
ここって
I haven't seen a maiden in ages. That makes me sound high.
きっと大丈夫だから
救済シールは慈しみ
大気中
問題なきには悪いね。僕は別に。
本気で行くよ
ここは私に任せろ
Average Arknights player. Am I the representative?
私に指図するし怖がらない同胞たちすぐに着くから命を奪うようなことはいたしません
敵を視認したこちらチェーンいつでも指示をくれそいつらを逃がすな
演者はセリフの傀儡だ
I screwed up, didn't I? I'm not supposed to push this guy back. What am I doing? So hard.
全員規律はしっかり守ってもらう
ヘッドセットのチェックは済んだ。
I don't know if people ever realize, right? The two Smarties colliding over there is actually in sync with the song the entire time that you keep playing the stage. If you play it enough, right, you start to get pretty used to it.
悪くない場所だ。
即戦即決。
みんなこっち来て。いい位置だ。言われなくて一匹も逃げられると思うな。
That's why I play on mute. Don't start hallucinating. You guys are thinking that I'm starting to develop something mental.
命を奪うようなことはいたしません。敵を死にした。気をつけて行動しますね。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
Oh, I positioned Aya in a bad spot again.
この力。
Ah, whatever.
安定しています。
加減はしますよ。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
進め先輩。ご指示を。
Lord. Come on, one more bitey left.
鏡に映り小野が顔が見えるか。
何がしたいの。
Okay.
従うわ。行くよ。
Wait.
言われなくても分かって
Okay. Ah! Wow. Okay, that was quite a ride. Man, and we go again.
命令に従い出撃。
油断してはいけません。
みんな助けに来たよ。リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。安心して。
I have just imitated the sound of a chicken, probably because there is no chickens in my country right now.
ご指示を。悪くない場所だ。
これで分かった。
私を薬剤扱いしないで。誰にも死んでほしくないの。言われなくて
Why? Because Malaysia banned their exports of chickens.
私についてきて。永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。
Oh no, I'm not gonna put Aya first. Let's put Aya later.
敵を死に火力で一気に制圧する。気をつけてこれがはさせません。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
これ以上は進ませません。
That's gonna hurt.
先輩、これでどうです？
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
One more?
先輩
敵を死認した。
Thank you.
もう一人じゃないわ。私の血族がすぐそばにいるもの。悪くない場所だ。言われなくても死ね。私に指図するな。
Nice.
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。ああ、
I think.
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ。は、みんな助けに来たよ。ご指示を。
信号は誰が戦場で。は
みんなこっち来て。
前に進むぞ。
ここは私に任せろ。
すぐに終わる。
これ以上は進ませません。まとめてかかってきやがれ。
Ah, Chen's skill is not up in time.
諦めるな。
火力で
If only.
制圧する。
So maybe I overstalled the boss just now. Too many bodies for one. So less bodies.
「彼らが武器で私を傷つけるとき、何を感じるのかしら。ドクター、ここっていい？みんなこっち来て。じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。滅しうるは勇猛さ。待機中。
信号は誰が戦場で旗を。
本気で行くよ。
ここは私に任せろ。
私に一匹も逃げられると思うな。怖がらない同胞たち、すぐに着くから。そんなことはいたしません。
こちらチェン。いつでも時間には限りがあるんだ。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
気をつけて行動し、私がお守りします。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
先輩、温度安定しています。
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
進め。ご指示を。
Uh-oh.
先輩、
こちらチェン。
ドクター、もう一人じゃないわ。
Okay.
私の血族がすぐそばにいるもの。悪くない場所だ。私に指図する。
Why doesn't Chen Outer one-shot the Baiti? Probably because she's not high level enough. My Chen Outer is only level 70.
私に指図するな。
はい。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
みんな助けに来たよ。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
問題ないよ。誰が戦場で
Oh no!
武器にするんだよ。
Oh wait, they will still collide
で行くよ。
in a different area. That's it. Cool.
害虫が
いい位置だ。
Could I maybe use
すぐに
bagpipe instead? Because bagpipe skill is pretty good at dealing like a lot of damage. I might regret this though. I hope not. I really hope
波
not.
状棒と共に
諦めるな。
ご指示思考を明晰にするは戦術。
時間には
みんなこっち来て。
Oh, beautiful.
すぐに終わる。
Oh, but there's a problem here. This guy is stuck. Huh.
ご指示を。
これ以上は進ま
Wait,
せ
stop the skill. I forgot.
すぐに終わる。
ウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
みんなこっち来て。
問題ないよ。
Hi.
誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
行くよ。
凝固しろ。
一匹も逃げられると思うな。
No, why are you too slow? So Chen Outer can. No, but that's not good. It's really not good if even if it's a color buff. Hey. Will bagpipe skill cycle in time for the boss? No, right? How long does it take for the shield to come up in the wrist tree? Every 30 seconds. 30 seconds is times 2 speed or times 1 speed? Why not bring Ifrit or why try low outrun? I don't see the point. I know why you guys say Ifrit will be good, but like, not that interested to bring her. It's 70 seconds normally. So 35 with minus 50. Oh, so that's times 1 speed. Oh shit. Wow. Okay. Mountain didn't help to contribute to the shield as well. It's not good. Can Mountain on the colored tile survive? Free attack? What do y'all think? Because I don't know. Mountain sitting on the colored tile, free attack. Yes? Yes? For reals? No, without Saria, without Saria. So he needs the medic immediately. Is it? So Nightingale must be deployed. Okay, so how about I cut it down and not have a Saria? No, I'm replacing Saria with Mountain. Okay, I've got some interesting ideas that we might be able to use. No guarantee. No, the music didn't align.
みんな助けに来たよ。リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。もうさ、ご指示を。行くよ。いや悪いね。皆さん、安全確保が第一です。私にセーバティーン。
あ、はい。
いつでも行けるよ。
命を奪うようなことは。
そいつらを逃がすな。
ドクター、この力どうか受け止めてください。
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見える。
That's kind of funny.
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。先輩、温度は安定しています。
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見えるか。
先輩、誰のことを選ぶのでしょうか。
こちらチェン。
もう一人じゃないわ。私の血族のすぐそばにいるもの。悪くない場所だ。私に察しね。私に指図するな。
主の名を掲げ、この
みんな助けに来たよ。
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見えるか。ああ、
なんでこれで分かったでしょ。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
加減はしますよ。
ここは私に任せろ。
ええ、こっち向け。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。
Would be sweet if I can get Nightingale now.
大気中思考を面積にするは戦術。みんなこっち来て。
敵を死にした。時間には限りがあるんだ。
問題な即戦即決。
わあ、そういうところここが戦場。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
ドクター、怪我はさせません。待機中。行くよ。
信号は誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
言われなくてレーバティーン。言われなくても分かってる。頑張ります。
問題即戦即決。
先輩、火事には気をつけて。
時間には限りがあるんだ。
問題即戦即決。
こちらチェン、
先輩、
問題ないよ。
That's sweet. Let me put Soto first.
悪くない場所だ。
信号誰が戦場で。
一匹も逃げられると思うな。言われなくても分かってる。進め。
問題には悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
敵を死にそいつらを逃がす。
思考を明晰にするは戦術。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
悪くない場所。
Okay.
私にそれかまらん。言われなくても分かってる。
敵をしふん。
思考を明晰にするは戦術。
敵を死にした。
Yeah, I remember to change color. Don't, no worries.
行くよ。私にそれかまらん。私に指図するな。誰の子、私がお守りします。
Oh my god. Help. よ。
こちらチェン、火力で一気に制圧する。
邪悪を壊滅しうる勇猛さ。
敵を死にした。行くよ。私に指図敵も逃げられると思うな。言われなくても分かってる。
主の名を高め、この旗のもとへ集え。こんな戦法、
私のために歌え歌え歌え。ああ、
みんな助けに来たよ。
Oh my god.
わ本気で行くよ。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。敵をそいつらを
思考を面積にするは戦術。
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
ああ、
誰のことを選ぶのでしょうか。
My god, how much time do I have?
悪くない場所だ。ここで私に敵も逃げられると思うな。言われなくても分かってる。言われなくても分かってる。
こちらチェン、火力で一気に。
悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
Oh shit.
ドクター、ここっていい？本気で行くよ。行くよ。言われなくしね。言われなくても分かってる。
こちら、
生命の救済シールを慈しみ。ドクターで
Almost there. Race 27! Oh my goodness! Oh wow, what an experience!
Meditating businessman, tipped $1. If two levitating businessmen collide, do they explode like Smarties? Meditating
might.
businessman, meditating businessman, meditating businessman.
They might. And let's go! 27! Yeah! I don't know how long that took though of a run. Maybe like 8 minutes, 10 minutes-ish to actually accomplish. What a ride! 10 operators to do 27. And this was after 12 whole hours of trying to piece together what the frick is Risk 27 like in this stage. No Saria. Yeah, I removed Saria from the squad.
Tipped $1. With this message, I would like to sincerely apologize for my friend's behavior. She didn't get enough attention.
Just make sure to give her enough attention. And thank you, Lena Chan, for the subscription. That's very nice of you. Race 32, you're waiting. I don't think I'll go 32. Yeah. It makes me wonder what is the strat. I mean, I'm using off the idea of the 6 operators that I heard, but I don't even know what the 6 operators run look like. I actually think it's going to be similar to this, although I've heard that the strat was so optimized there is no there is no Surtur in Race 32. Which I think that's crazy, but I think having a Surtur will be like much easier than to not have a Surtur. Now, I'm actually pretty close from what I've seen. I think that I might have done it a bit too similarly already, because the main concept of the stage is just use the colors to get the boss down. And for whatever reason, the boss snaps to the top, like of where the top left melee tile is. And then you can use the bottom right and the top tile to DPS out the boss. Chen doesn't seem to be screwed by the ASPD, by the way, which surprises me. I don't know how an ASPD minus 60 ruined this. I'm very afraid of week 2 when they actually increase the Smarties' health, because by increasing the Smarties' health, Chen's gonna have a problem killing them. This is a risk 28, by the way. This is definitely risk 28 because there's a risk that is you can only use 1 firecracker, which I did that. So this is straight up 28. 29, 30, 31, 32. So I'm missing 4 more risks, right? So I'm missing ASPD down, risk 3. I'm missing Smarty, risk 3. What else is there? Yeah, this will go to YouTube tomorrow, probably. DP, oh yeah, DP risk 3, goodness sake. DP risk 3 will send me tears down my eyes, man. Worst tag that you can ever ask for. What else is there? DP, Smarty, ASPD, I'm missing 1. Oh, thank you, Vidi Sky. Oh, welcome in. You guys missed the risk 27, but it's fine. Is there attack up? Oh, I remember now. Enemy ASPD up, which should be okay. I think enemy's ASPD up is a giveaway, kind of. So maybe risk 30 will be easy for me. Yeah. 3 is gonna kill the stall strat. Oh, not that bad though. I can just place Surtur a little further back. I can place Surtur like 1 tile to the right, and then that way we'll hold. At higher risk with optimization, Chen Outer as the only DPS is cancer. Yeah, that would take hours, maybe an hour of sitting here to do it. So I'm not gonna do that. I'll just use my Chen Outer Surtur way of doing it, because I like it a lot. Yeah. I'm using the ASPD challenge too. Yeah, this is terrible. So higher risk we go. This is, by the way, the highest risk that I've ever scored in CC. I think. I've never bothered to go this high. This CC is the first. So yeah. Alright, see you, Philly Sky. Thanks for the raid again. I had an R28 CC4 once. I think so. No, but this is also the R28 of a strat. This CC is the only one that you didn't R18. Can I give a quick chat? How do you all feel about the easiness of this CC? Those of you who are new cannot answer this question. You're not allowed because you didn't play the previous CCs. So, what do you all think about it? Very easy risk 18. Easy because YouTube. CC4 is easier. So much easier than last CC. Probably the most forgiving. Okay, I will say this, yeah. In my opinion, right, the easiest CC to risk 18 is not this CC. The easiest risk 18 in my opinion is Abandoned Mine. This one was so freaking straightforward. Because all the enemies were weak to arts, so you could air your way out of it. And you could lick the golems as well, which was beautiful of a CC. I think this is the easiest 18. But in terms of getting your max risk, and then, I mean, I pieced out the strat on my own, basically, right? I tried to figure out, y'all have watched me over the past 3 days, piecing out, like, how do I go from risk 18 to 20, to 22, to 24, and then now 27. Like, I've taken it step by step, and it was actually quite simple to break down what was going on. So I will say this is the easiest to max risk. Yeah. Easiest risk 18 is CC4, yes, and easiest max risk is this CC. But of course you need certain weapons. Which the weapon that I'm talking about right now is of course a Surtur and a Chen Outer. I do not think, by the way, at the part where the boss is, like this part, where I was shuffling the skills, I think Surtur can be replaced by Bagpipe. I think Bagpipe can actually break the shield. What do y'all think? Can Surtur be replaced by Bagpipe on this spot? Because Bagpipe looked quite capable to break the shield. Oh, she can't, is it? Who else can? Who else do y'all think can break the shield? No Outer, okay, no Outer can break the shield, kind of. Swords perfectly cycles. I'm pretty sure no Outer can't. Ifrit skill tree. Ifrit skill tree will need the colored tile though, so you need to change one of the color. Right? Because Chen Outer is already taking a colored tile. No? Just put Ifrit skill tree from afar? Oh, just put her like at a distance, is it? Wah. Okay. That's an interesting way to do it. Oh, but you do need to heal her though. If you put her at a distance. Who else can break her shield? The shield of free, apart from Chen Outer. Oh, I think Silver Ash can. Oh wait, no. If the ASPD go down too low, Silver Ash can't. Yeah, I think the best person is Schwartz. Schwartz, probably. Schwartz over like any of the tile. Let me think. Yeah, okay, maybe you place Nightingale on the top there, beside Chen, like where I put Chen. You place Nightingale here, to the left. Oh, but you still need someone to block the incoming Blindy. Sorry, I'm timing out Zeratian. You know Schwartz on the far right tile with M2 skill tree, it worked really well. I think Schwartz on this tile or this tile, whichever that you prefer, will be very good. Oh yeah, Schwartz can reach. My bad. Schwartz can perfectly fly over and reach. on color tile also work? Like opposite color tile? Seriously, opposite color tile can work? No, not opposite, same color as the boss. Then okay. Yeah, if you want to use someone on the colored tile, then you need them to like switch.
Let the world know that Rumby sat on a durian once. Good night, Uncle. Have a good stream.
Why did Rumby sit on a durian? Rumby, what were you doing to sit on a durian? Was it a dare? Was it for school? Who sits on the durian? What the frick? How did it feel? Do you have an S imprint? There are some high-risk players that manipulate it. With this set of operators, right? How do I even cut this down? How? How do I cut down these 10 operators? I don't know.
Tipped $1. It was an accident.
Scouter was kind of needed.
Sleep, shy.
Okay, we understand the accident. What a very timely accident. Skadi Alter was needed for my strat, but I don't know how to remove her. Because she was used to get an attack up. You don't think Aya was needed? Aya was because I used her to kill the blindy. Elysian skill 2 is pretty useful and slow. That's the thing I need to figure out. How am I supposed to use Elysian skill 2 here? I have an idea to remove Skadi Alter. I wouldn't dare to remove Aya. Pen Alter can break the shield without Elysium.
マニュアル通りにすればよいのでしょう。みんな安心して戦って。私がついてるから。みんなこっち来て。ご指示を。行くよ。生命を救済しうるを慈しみ。
This is terrifying. Why do I not have Skadi? Fuck. I feel so lonely without Skadi now. Oh no, I changed the color! It's fine, it's fine. Let's change the color. Huh? You evil thing! In the 6 operators optimized strat, right, there was only one standard bearer, right, which was Silek.
は戦術。ご指示を。
問題ない。いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃない。
みんなこっち来て。
There are two versions. There's two versions? What? There's actually two?
ここが戦場。私にさしね。
Oh, what? It's just a skill change.
こっち来て。
即戦即決。
うわ、向かうところだった。私に指図するな。
こちら火力で一気に制圧する。
加減はしますよ。
Oh! I can't place Mountain down early because there is the freaking explosion. Okay, I'm dumb. The fact that it's 6 operable is insane, right?
命令に従い出撃。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
舞台の幕開けだ。
ドクター、ここってリンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。ご指示を。邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
There's 6 different iterations of Fire Orc. There's a Nightingale-less clear.
待機中。
Insane!
信号は。いや悪いね。
Not my beloved Nightingale. How could they remove her?
いい位置だ。うわ、寝ちゃうところだった。言われなくしね。
Will Sota even survive? Like that? Like, if the ASPD goes down to -50, can Sota even do it? No, right? I think the biting will just go past. It's -60 by the way. -60 in week 2.
問題ない。いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。問題ないよ。
私に指図するな。
敵をスクン。
加減はしますよ。
気をつけて行動しますね。この力、どうか受け止めてください。
こっち向け。
Could you? I need to use Phantom on them.
総員気合を入れろ。戦闘準備だ。
舞台の幕開けだ。
ドクター、ここっていい？リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。行くよ。待機中。思考を明晰にするは戦術。
信号は誰が戦場。
みんなこっち来て。
ここは私に任せろ。
私に指図する。エヴァティ
Oh my god.
ン。わ、リンゴちゃん。
即戦即決。
Has Backpack always had 2 block? Yeah. That's her skill 3.
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
ここが戦場。
こちらチェン。いつ時間には限りがあるんだ。
以上は進ませません。演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
気をつけて行動しますね。誰のここの力、どうか受け止めてください。
The explosion killed my ear. Never mind. Let's figure out if I can cut ear as you all suggested. Ken Alter killing everyone looks like a fever dream, man. How? Ah. Ha. I see.
もちろん喜んで。
戦友たちは共に戦えば打ち砕けない邪悪などな。
君の指し示す方向に。
My eyes have opened. I say that while closing my eyes.
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
準備
I
はいいか。
don't know if that's in range of the explosion. I think it is. I think Elysian needs to be another tile to the left. Oh, you think it's not? It's not in range? Oh, okay. Then I'll put Elysian there.
私に続け。
相手のターゲットは誰
I
か
have
な。
DP issues now. I don't think so. Shouldn't be that bad.
問題なこれで分かったでしょ。
Get out.
Kimiの指し示す方向に。舞台の幕開けだ。
Yes!
一歩も引かない。
待機中、生命を救済。
想像したことある。
Oh my god, Select's so cool.
二度と戻らなくなることを。
ご指示を。
問題ないよ。
No, if I use the skill,
ここは
the guy's
私に
gonna
任
get
せろ。
slow. Okay, now use the skill.
想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
命を奪うようなことはいたしません。
命令を。
Try to get out.
私に指図する。
こちらチェン。時間には限りがあるんだ。
Mountain, are you in range? Oh my god, Mountain is not.
でしょうか。
鏡に映り潮のな顔が見えるか。
I didn't mean to push you guys that far back. I'm so sorry.
どこに向かう。飯を食ってねえのか。全力で来い。
誰のこの力、どうか受け止めてください。頑張ります。先輩、ご命令を。
問題いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ、波状棒とともにマイル。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
ドクタ
こちらチェン。
ー、ドクター。 悪くない場所だ。一歩も引かない。言われなくてレーバティーン。子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。準備完了。私に指図。
Okay, wait.
準備完了。
After this point, right, everything just starts repeating. So, I'm not gonna do it all over again. Because it's the exact same as whatever that we've done. Yeah, let me just check if I can deploy properly.
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
加減はしますよ。
ここは私に任せろ。
こっち向け。
主の名を掲げ、この旗の下へ集え。こんなセリフを一度言ってみたかったんだ。問題ないよ。これで分かったでしょ。
進め。
こちら時間には限りがあるんだ。
思考を明晰にするは先決。
Oh, but there's no Nightingale, so yeah, deployment order is a mistake. I think, yeah, AE is not needed. AE is not needed. I can actually drop it to like no AE. And then I have to figure out from here. Wow. Because I mean, AE was just used for that one part. Interesting, right? That this CC can cut down the layers. Phantom can be replaced by some people actually. I feel like Phantom can be replaced by Kafka as well. I mean, maybe not in the high risk. In the high risk, there's some problems. Yeah. No, I will not cut Surtur. Cutting Surtur will make it much harder to do. So, Surtur stays. I think Raid's better. No. Yeah. Y'all want me to solve this? In this stream? 8 operators? Ifrit is needed. No, Ifrit is not needed. Thank you, sir, if I can cut both. No, I'm not. I won't cut them. My brain is not that wide to do it. Okay, you wanna see this? My Silek? Wait, let me just double check. Has my Silek reached
ドクタ
M2 yet?
ー、疲れた。
Because the bigger fragile might be nice. Oh, it hasn't reached yet. Okay, never mind.
元通りになるわ。ドクター、疲れた。
Alright, see you, Shiryaru. Hey, last run before I end the stream for the day. I'll upload the previous one. I won't upload this one. I'll probably just say like, oh, yeah, I cleared that first and then I cut it down to 8 operators after a few tries and then I'll end the video that way. I think I didn't need to put Select down that early. And I don't think I actually need Select.
みんな、あまり私から
Not now at least. I think I can use Select in the next run, but I don't need to use it now. Oh, then I can use my own bagpipe then. I can just deploy Myrtle first.
気をつけ。
Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay. Alright, see you Viserion, Scarlet. Alright, bye bye.
総員気合を入れろ。戦闘準備だ。
So we get Myrtle in.
無駄にしてはいけません。
Use
ビ
bagpipe.
クトリアのバグパイプ、波状棒とともに前
Use
主の名を
Elise.
掲げ、この旗の下へ集
I
え。
can't use Elysium skill yet.
こんなセリフを一度言ってみたかった。
Now I can use
これ
it.
で分かったでしょ。
Okay, then I can play Surfer.
みんなこっち来てご指示を
What makes me think I can't cut back? I don't have an idea as to how to solve that part yet.
みんな安心して戦って
Oh, and the early DP start. Minus 75% DP, man. That thing's gonna hurt. So I'd rather have a bagpipe.
言われなくてセーバティーンわ本気で行くよここが戦場
即戦即決。
私に指図するな。こっち時間には限りがあるんだ。
加減はしますよ。
Oh wait, I put mountain too early again. I love that I'm solving the whole thing on my own. Never before have I experienced CC like this.
ここっていいけ戦場は命を奪い合う場所
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
ご指示を意志を堅固にするは規律
I do a little bit of slow. Yeah. Makes me feel like a genius.
本気で行くよご指示を
I mean, the sad thing is that being a genius here is not like being a genius in school though.
ここは私に。
ヘッドセットの力すんだ。
言われなくてセーバティーンわリンゴちゃん今日もよろしくね
これで分かったでしょ。
命を奪うようなことはいたしません
You can repeat school, you can't repeat this CC. What are you thinking?
私に指図する敵を。時間には限りがあるんだ。
Explode, please.
これ以上は進ませません。
鏡に映り潮のな顔が見えるか。
飛べ
どこに向かえばよろしい
Have I not turned on your skill?
まとめてかかってきやがれ
Oh, I didn't.
問題これで分かったでしょ。
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。では夜の帳に潜り込むとしよ
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
ドクター
どこに向かえば
Oh
よ
my
ろしい
god! Oh my god! My god! Every cheer! Oh my goodness! Unbelievable!
行くよ言われなくても分かってる一匹も逃げられると思うな言われなくても分かってる
鏡に映り潮のな顔が見えるか。ああ。
I didn't let them collide! Oh, just like in shooter games where you choke and with sieve and disease.
出撃
Oh, why am I putting him there? With the speed, they don't collide that. They do. Wait, you just came in. I see that it says first time chat. I've been doing this. I know that they do collide.
行きましょう。
みんな助けに来たよ。みんな安心して戦って。私がついてるから。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
Let's slow them down a little bit. Okay,
ご指示を
thankfully.
指示を堅固にするは規律。
I just choked that part, yeah.
みんなこっち来て。
No Silek. I decided not to have Silek.
悪くない場所だ。
I don't even know how to use her all that much. I'm not a Silek player.
私に一匹も逃げられると思うな。わ、みんなこっち来て。ここが。
いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
言われなくても分かって
敵そいつらを逃がすな。
Think?
これ以上は進ませません。
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見えるか。
私がお守りします。
どこに飯を食ってねえのか。
I guess I can just put some cages to bait first, you know. Don't be so hurried.
問題ないよ。これで分かったでしょ。
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。ご指示を。待機中。
問題ないよ。
誰のことを選ぶのです。
どこに向かえばよ。
敵を死認した。
Look at that! Beautiful.
悪くない場所だ。私に刺してエヴァティーン。私に指図するな。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。ああ。
Don't move, boss. Don't move.
これ以上は進ませません。
ここは私に任せろ。
Oh, I should have placed you earlier.
ここっていい景色。
まとめてかかってきやがれ。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。
問題ない。即戦即決。
意志を堅固にするは規律。
Oh, we have a huge problem.
わあ、みんなこっち来て。ここが。
The huge problem is I don't have enough DP at that part. I need Nightingale. Okay. We move Myrtle earlier. Yeah, I think we move Myrtle earlier and be ready to deploy Myrtle early so that I can get all the DP that I can never dream of.
みんな助けに来たよ。
油断してはいけません。
ビ バグパイプ波状棒とともに参る。待機中。
主の名を掲げ
I deployed pretty similarly, but whatever.
進撃には悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
本気で行くよ。悪くない場所だ。
いい位置だ。
奴らが今回の殲滅対象か。私にこれかもな。リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。命を奪うようなこと
いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
敵を死にした。
言われなくても分かっ。
こちら火力で一気に制圧する。
加減はしますよ。
誰の子。私がお守りします。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
ええ、まとめてかかってきやがれ。
信号は安定。いつこれで分かったでしょ。
I can definitely see now why Phantom is the preferred choice in the as a fast redeploy and not Kafka. I get it now.
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
問題ないよ。
ドクター。行くよ。
Ni takoyaki.
言われなくて。レーバティ
See, yeah, the moment this shield goes down, sorry, this shield comes up,
ーン。私に
I'll
指図
remove.
するな。
Okay, I'll wait. When it breaks, I'll place mortal.
みんな、助けに来たよ。
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見えるか。
みんな、こっち来て。
Come on.
加減はしますよ。
主の名を掲げ。
ここは私に任せろ。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状
Oh, shit.
これで分かったでしょ。
Ah! Mountain!
わ。
Baby mountain!
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。待機中。意志を堅固にするは規律。
こちらチェン。
わ。そういうところだった。命を奪うようなことはいたしません。
Oh my god, just increase the healing. Just increase it, increase it. Oh my goodness.
こちらチェン。いつでも指示をくれ。
問題ないよ。これで分かったでしょ。
ご指示を。
Come on, come on.
行くよ。言われなくて死ね。
How do I remove that guy?
私に指図するな。
Remove him. He's stuck.
問題ないよ。
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
Oh my god, he's really causing a problem.
敵を死に
これで分かったでしょ。
進め。
敵を死に
大気中思考を明晰にするは戦術。大気中
Oh god! Why? Help me!
私に死ね。私に指図するな。
Came here for advice. What advice? Oh, bro, you're really making my mountain cry right now. Ah! Oh my god, my mountain is pinching. Ah, lasted long. I think, right, what I should do is I should place the Elysium on the left. I shouldn't have placed the Elysium on the right. That was the mistake. Then I can use Bagpipe to eliminate the guy on the left.
総員気合を入れろ。戦闘準備だ。
Will you pull a join not banner? Are you new? You have Saga? Oh wait, you have Saga and Schwartz. Should you pull a join not banner? 50-50. Do you think you're lucky or do you think you're not? It's literally flipping a coin. You flip a coin now. You say head or tails. If you get it right, then you should pull. You don't get it right, then don't. You really don't know. We can't decide for you. Only you can tell whether you feel lucky. Because it is down to luck whether you can get someone new. But if you don't trust your luck, right, don't pull. If you trust your luck, then pull.
油断してはいけません。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。
Heads or tails? You say! Why am I the one to say? Someone say for him.
主の名を掲げ、この旗のもとへ。
意志を堅固にするは規律。
信号誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
わみんなこっち来て。大気中
ここは私に任せろ。
戦場は命を奪い合う
You got
場所。
3 circle. Wow, 3 circle is a lot. Pawn is a month away, right? I think 1.5. 1.5 month away until Taunt is in the gold search shop.
私に指図一匹も逃げられると思うな。りんごちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
これで分かったでしょ。
言われなくても分かってる。
こちら。
加減はしますよ。
鏡に映りし小野が顔が見え。
怪我はさせません。
まとめてかかってきやがれ。
信号誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
誰のことを選ぶのでしょうか。
どこに向かえばよろしいでしょう。
こちらチェン。
問題ないよ。
Oh.
悪くない場所だ。私に一匹も逃げられると思うな。
When will Angelina be back? Soon, actually. Because Saria is next. I actually expect Angelina to be back in the search shop very soon.
私に指図するな。
Explode.
ドクター、ここっていい景色だね。
鏡に映りし小野が顔が見えるか。
みんなこっち来て。
加減は しますよ。
主の名を掲げ
いい位置だ。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状。
まとめてかかってきやがれ。
わあ、みんなこっち来て。生命を救済シールを打つ。
いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
こちらチェック。
わあ、見ちゃうところだった。ここが戦場。
Need to hold on tight. Because DP is a huge issue right now.
誰のことで。ご指示を。
Oh wait, why did I leave a skill on? Oh my god, no, that could be a huge mistake.
行くよ。私に
いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
Oh my god.
私に指図するな。
How niche is NG? Honestly, no. I don't ever think she was niche, to be fair. NG is actually really good. If there was an underrated 6-star in the game, yeah, I'd give it to NG.
敵を死にし、そいつらを逃がすな。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。
信号は即戦即決。
一生懸命にするは規律。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
This sucks.
ご指示を。
罪人は罰を受けるべきだ。ああ、
行くよ。言われなくても分かってる。一匹も逃げられると思うな。私に指図するな。
Yeah, the blindy has been on the mountain since forever. I can't go to phase 2 like this.
私のために歌え歌え歌え。では夜の帳に潜り込んでほしい。
I cannot break his shield. Shit.
敵を死にした。
As in, I cannot kill the boss right after this. If I do that right, it's quite GG. Oh, it's done.
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
ビクトリアのバグパイプ波状棒とともにマイル。
Oh,
ドクターオベ。
bro, that hurts. Oh wait, I've got to change the color.
所だ。私にさしね。
Oh! Is it Nightingale? No, not Nightingale. Surtur didn't have enough damage. It could be Surtur didn't have enough damage. Because I believe what happened... I changed the boss color too. Oh, I must fire crack while the boss is changing color. Oh! I did it the first time doing it while that happened, but I didn't know. Okay, okay. Now we do have a huge freaking problem. That blindy that is stuck here is so annoying. How do we get rid of him? I don't know if Mountains can split box it in. But that's quite a plan actually. Ah. No, but Surtur won't block it. Good idea, good idea. I like that idea. This is the reason why Mountain is really good. I think Mountain is also an underrated 6-star, by the way. If you're till this point don't understand how to use Mountain, like, may this stream teach you, because Mountain is so freaking good. I freaking spent 30 USD on this bugger. Mountain is underrated. He's definitely not overrated. He's definitely not praised enough. How about that? Mountain is just underpraised. Is that a better term? People be like, Mountain has a good skill too, that's about it, you know, he stalls and everything. People don't realize the skill 2 is insanely powerful. Can I get a level check, by the way? I'm a bit curious. Anyone watching this stream right now under level 70? And then if you are under level 70, can you tell me how you feel about what you're watching? Like, what's going through your mind when you see this? I mean, even if you're under level 80, you also can. Like, I don't know how new players feel when they look at this. What in the world are you watching?
これ以上は進ませません。
私がお守りします。
飯は食ってねえのか。全力で来い。
Ow. Ah.
ドクター、
信号は安定。
どこに向かえばいい。
敵を死にした。
You feel like, wait, hold on. I'm reading what you are saying now. Impressive as level 50. You see cope, choke, hope, pain, and more. Like, you think you'd be crying all the time of this. You view this as pure pain. You feel like you're watching a different game. You feel like you got a long way to go. Don't worry. Mountain made you lose your free-to-play status. Nice. It's worth it. Very gameplay-oriented players would have a solid understanding of the game as a regular casual. Maybe level 70, level 100. You look at flag bearers changing the game in ways that you never thought before. Right. You only attempt this if you were bored out of your mind. As a level 79, you're impressed that I'm just figuring out the pieces, right? Figuring out CC takes you at least 2 to 4 hours, but this one takes more, thanks to... You're surprised of veteran players' ability to notice what works well and what doesn't, and when the mistakes are made, and the immediate realization. Oh, yeah, that takes time. Like, you need to play a lot, and then every mistake you make is an adaptation, you know, in this game. I think this is something that people don't realize when they play Arknights. It's like they see failure as it's terrible. But the thing about AK is that the moment to figure a stage out is when you fail, you look at that part that you fail and you ask yourself, why did I fail? And then from there, you go and think, okay, I failed at this point, what do I do? Then you fix that part. And then once you fix that part, if you fail again later on, then you ask yourself again, can I do something different to fix this part? Like, it's the pieces. So yeah. Arknights is a very, very good game. I joked about it in AK Hangout. If you all didn't watch the episode with Zusex-kun, that I told him, honestly speaking, if Arknights wants to fill up like every genre in the App Store, they can. You know, it's not just a strategy game. It's literally a puzzle game. It's literally a music game. It's an educational game. It's a visual art game. It's literally everything in one. Did I play Genshin? Hell no.
悪くない場所だ。私に指して俺かまう。私に指図するな。ドクター、ここっていい景色。
演者はセリフの
Oh my god, I pushed him so far.
わ、リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
これ以上は進ませません。
いい位置だ。
主の名を掲げ
進め。
ええ、こっち向け。
問題ないよ。いや悪いね。僕は別に。
Oh wait, I should have slowed them. I'm dumb.
わ、本気で行くよ。ご指示を。生路を救済しうるは慈しみ。
ええ、ここにいます。
Pronounce skill? Okay, wait. So, I'm gonna click on mountain. This will let go of that guy right there. The blindy. I'm afraid. Let's try it.
ウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
セリフの傀儡だ。
ここが戦
Turn back on.
飯食ってねえのか。
Wow!
敵を死にした。敵を死にした。
ご指示を。
Gaming.
ドクターオベ。
信号はいや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
行くよ。
Much better.
私にし。
But you all get the concept, right? Like you all see the idea of it now after you see that run. Doesn't P2 need Nightingale skill 3? What's P2? I don't know what P2 stands for. So mountain, turn off, the guy went past, I turn on mountain skill again, bam, catches onto the blindy one more time. So that was amazing. Yeah, I'll change the color, don't worry.
私に指図するな。
This is one of those times that I actually wish I have a Silac, but it's okay, I'm gonna substitute Silac for Bagpipe.
敵を死にした。敵を死に、そいつらを逃がすな。
信号これで分かったでしょ。
こちらチェン、いつでも指示をくれ。
What's Elysium's role here? Nothing actually.
悪くない場所だ。私に
He was good for the blindy, but he's not good now.
言われなくても分かってる。言われなくて。
信号はこれで分かったでしょ。
Yeah.
私に指図するな。
Doesn't Elysium speed up the snipers when skill up? You are right, it does.
敵を死にした。敵をし、時間には限りがあるんだ。
信号即戦即決。
邪悪を壊滅しうる勇猛さ。
I'm gonna push the boss into phase 2.
こちらチェン。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
ドクター。
Wait, because I placed Bagpipe there, I cannot push the boss to phase 2! I'm gonna switch Elysian's position and Bagpipe's position. That screwed me up.
総員気合を入れろ。戦闘準備だ。
Beautiful.
チェックは済んだ。
進め。
主の名を掲げ、この旗の下へ集え。こんなセリフを誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
Can I put a defense down person to help kill free? No, Silac is the thing. Silac's skill helps to fulfill all damage types. Which is why I'm gonna work hard to M3 Silac, then we'll use Silac more.
では行くぞ。
進め。
Does Elysian skill slow Smarties? It slows everyone! Hello? Locked enemies have 60% movement speed. Locks up to 4 nearby enemies. Where in this skill is hard to read?
相手のターゲットは誰かな。いや
待機中。生命。
悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
くよ。待機中。リンゴちゃん。
舞台の幕開けだ。
待機中。
Oh, maybe people just leave bagpipe here. This bagpipe can kill these two. I think bagpipe skill 2 is better. Yeah, I think bagpipe can kill the first 5. Exactly. But I need skill 2, which my bagpipe is not M3 on skill 2. I'll work on it as well. Because that way I don't have to like struggle with the ASPD problem. No, I'm fine that she doesn't do damage to Blind D. My goal isn't to do damage to Blind D because, right, when the ASPD minus 60 happens, Surtur can't kill the Bitey. So I need someone else to actually kill the Bitey for me. When you open support units, there's a new number that appears. What does that mean? It means your friend has borrowed your support unit, and when they borrow that unit, that was the highest risk that it reached. You understand? I can always swap Mountain with Surtur. Oh, that means I'll use Chen Auto to kill everything, including this Blind D. Oh, is that how to cut Surtur away? Nah, I don't need that. I'm keeping Surtur there anyways.
命を奪うようなことはいたしません。私に指図するな。
敵を死認した。そいつらを逃がすな。
ドクター、私がお守りします。
Explode, please. Thank you.
罰を受けるべきだ。
こちらチェン。
どこに飯を食ってねえのか。全力で来い。
問題ないよ。問題ない。即戦即決。
私のために歌え歌え歌え。
The ASPD down here is going to be really bad. I wonder how I want to solve that problem. Maybe I can put Silac here. Silac here, Elysium here. Then I won't have an issue. Okay. Oh, oops. Didn't mean to kill you.
誰のことを選ぶのでしょうか。
敵を死認した。
悪くない場所だ。私にさ、エーバティーン。
In the support list is what you cleared. But in the friend credit store, it's what your friends cleared. No, I'll explain that later. Once we get out of this stage.
言われなくても分かってる。
Man, the 75% DP regen is also gonna give me nightmares, man.
ドクター、ここっていい気。
演者はセリフの傀儡だ。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
Explode! And
ここは私に任せろ。
主の名を掲げ。
進め。
hooray for better positioning.
問題ないよ。
I will not slow you down first. I'll slow down all the blindies.
本気で行くよ。
なんで即戦即決。
生命を救済し、
火力で一気に制圧する。
あ、見ちゃうところだった。ここが戦場。
I feel like I'm a little late to let go of that blindie. Oh no, I'm not late. Okay, that's amazing. Ah, I need someone to hold him. I am late. Ah, okay, I need to use a phantom to slow him down, and then afterwards, by slowing him down, I can snap him back onto mountain. Okay. I need to learn from what I did. No, it's not RNG.
総員気合を入れろ。戦闘準備だ。
So I've got a bit of an idea here. I feel like, right,
ドクター。
this Myrtle right now should actually be a Silek. And then I'm using Silek skill 3. So I'm gonna simulate having a Silek in the map. Even though, yeah, you're like, wait, where's your Silek though? Cookie, you're not using it now, but yeah, I'll use it later. Oh, wait! You are in range there, huh? Then should Silek be below that? Can I borrow a Silek? I could. You all want me to simulate the Silek now? As in, I can even use my own Silek. Except it's just not M3. I don't think it's a problem.
戦友たちよ、共に戦え。出発だ。
It's RNG to apply slow bind, but it's 100% of the time that it's a CC that I need. If any of those three procure, it works for what he's doing. Yeah, I get that.
準備はいいか。では
Oh,
行くぞ。
wait.
一歩も引かない。
Holy fuck, the DP.
準備完了。
Do I need a max spot Silek? Is my Elysium max spot? Yeah, my Elysium is max spot. Alright, fine. No, none of my friends said Silek on skill 3. Oh wait, I do have a friend setting Silek, but I don't think that's max spot. Shit. No, but my friend says it's full. Okay, no, there's a way I can counter the problem. I know how to counter it.
この旗が
Goodbye, my bagpipe.
私が目にするすべての罪なき
May I see you in some other land? Oh my god, there's a... Wait, this is good. Let's use the bagpipe to kill all the Mighties
私
as
に
well.
続け。
主の名を掲げ、この旗。
準備はいいか。では行くぞ。
Yeah.
進め。邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
Oh, but there's no healing now. That could be a
ここに
problem.
立つのが私の使命。
Will it?
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
Oh, it won't be a problem. Or at least I hope it won't.
悪くない子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。意志を堅固にするは規律。
なんでいや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
ご指示を。
In ASPDR, will you even survive? I don't even
ご
know.
指示を。私に聖馬天
I forgot to turn you on.
命を奪うよう
I think Surtur is
お願い
dead.
します
Yeah, I don't know if that backpack can survive. It's a mixed out backpack as well. Out of context, that sounds so sus. The only person making it sus is you.
行きましょう。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
奴らが今回の殲滅対象か。進め、思考を明晰にするは戦術。
Yes. It's okay.
ここに立つの。私の
Wave,
使命
wave it high. Be proud of your sussiness.
友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
What the heck is the range of a skill?
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。意志を堅固にするは規律。
信号これで分かったでしょ。
いい位置だ。
私に一匹も逃げられると思うな。命令、子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
I thought select so cool.
言われなくても分かってる。誰のここの力。
火力で一気に制圧する。
これ以上は進ませません。
準備完了。
演者はセリフの回数。
まとめてかかってきやがれ。
問題ない。これで分かったでしょ。
鏡に映りし斧が顔が見えるか。
Chen is not gonna survive the ASPD down, man. For reals. I need to think of how to make it work. My Chen just ran out.
いつでも指示をくれ。
誰のことを選ぶのでしょうか。進め、意志を堅固にするは規律。
I'm using bagpipe skill 2. Oh. That's gonna make the back part a little weird. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
悪くない場所だ。言われなくてエバティーン。 言われなくても分かってる。
If I place select here, is she in range of the explosion? You think so? Some of you saying yes, some of you saying no. Because I'm using Phantom to push. The Phantom push could screw it up. Oh, I got an idea.
一歩も引かない。
演者はセリフの
Just push him earlier. Ah! It does hit! It does hit! She's hitting! Oh my god!
減はしますよ。
ここは私に任せろ。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
ウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
I don't have enough DP. I don't have enough DP.
ビクトリアのバグパッチ思考を明晰にするは戦術。
I'm screwed.
どこに向かえばよろしいでしょう。こっち向け。
問題ないよ。いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。
時間には限りがあるんだ。
どこにウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
思考を明晰にするは戦術。
Lack of DP. I thought she wouldn't be in range. Eight operators is hard, man. Oh wait, I realized I missed one of your question. Why am I doing 8 operators for? What's the purpose? Not really any purpose actually. It's just cool to see that you can do it with fewer people.
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
奴らが今回の殲滅対象か。進め、邪悪を壊滅し
See available.
勇猛さ。
Bragging rights. It's just cool. That's pretty much it.
悪くない場所だ。
Oh, I forgot to put select. What am I thinking?
邪悪を壊滅しうるは
Elysium Gaming. Believe in the Elysium. Wait, no, I actually don't believe.
思考を
誰が戦場で旗を武器にするんだよ。
待機中。
Oh wait, what am I doing? Is my back? My select done? I think my select is done by now.
ここがロドスの内部施設か。
Oh my god, 30 more minutes.
広いな。
Okay. Too bad. I just forgot. I don't know if I want to put myself through this torture. Do I?
疲れ
Oh,
た。
I need to repeat the whole thing again. Can we just wait for the next week? And then we use the same 8 operators and see, like, use the same 8 operators to do risk 28. Shall we? Like, let's not rush, since there's no point. I already hit 27 anyways. When the next week comes, which is 3 days from now, we'll take the firecracker risk. We'll probably take the... Can we take the smarty risk? Oh, we can! Yes, we can take the smarty risk. The smarty risk is pretty damn free. So yeah, we'll do that. So we'll take the smarty risk and the firecracker risk to do this like 8 operator run. And then afterwards we will figure out how to do 30, 31 and 32 after that. Because 29 is quite easy. With this same idea, that is. But it's not gonna be the... It's not gonna work out in 30, 31, 32, whatever that I'm doing right now. Reminder to accept my challenge mission. Oh, there's a reason why I haven't accepted it yet. I've been thinking whether to make a video for this challenge or not. But I kinda don't want to. Yeah, I'm holding back on making a video on this. Cause I rather make a challenge 8 video. But that's why I'm leaving it uncollected. In case I wanna like show, oh, I'm doing this challenge, that kind of thing. What's the firecracker risk? The firecracker risk, you can only use 1 firecracker. So you have 2, right? When you start the stage. There is a risk next week where you can only use 1. That's about it. You still need to do some of your other challenges. The other challenges are kind of okay. So, not all that bad. Yeah, I think this is enough for me. You guys told me to do my recruitment. It's nothing much though. It's just me collecting my 4-star tags.
どうも。
I'm trying to get who's this person?
森の弓使いよ。
The sniper robot. What's his name
遠距
again?
離支援は行く。
Justice Knight. But it's very hard to get him. I only have him at port 3 at the moment. I'm trying to get him to port 6, but it's just so hard. That's pretty easy since your Risk 21 spread doesn't actually use any firecracker. Yeah, then it's okay. This is hard to do it. Oh, interestingly, my account after hitting like level 120 for so long, right? I have to mention, I'm almost done actually, like in terms of the trust collection. After playing for 2 years, like it's actually more than halfway now through my operator list. And then you can see that the lowest is only 170. Most of the people are beyond 180. So I just need to play a few more rounds of with like all these various operators, and I'm actually gonna finish like 200% trust of everyone. So that's pretty cool. But it takes long, by the way. For those of you who are new, you're like, oh my god, that looks so cool that everyone is like max trust. Can I do it too? You need 2 years and more. So take your time, take your time. Just farm the trust for the people that you care about first, and then later on you do all the trust farm thing. If you don't know what's trust, don't bother. Not yet. If you're super new to the game and you're like, what the frick is this? Not your concern. You will start to question what it is a few months into the game. You're like, wait, this looks important. And then you start to care about it. So yeah. 2 to 3 years of choke and cope. Yes. Anything that I intend to show to you guys in my account? Not really. I'm now going to spend all these resources that I hoard to M3 my backpipe and M3 my Silek. Yeah. Oh, I love this page, by the way. I wanted to screenshot this and post this to Twitter. Because I love having everything. I can trust farm outside of base. Yeah, you can. Of course you can trust farm outside of base. Wait, you don't know you can trust farm outside of base? As in, not here. Is it ever worth to spend OP on stamina? Why not? I do that. Yeah, sometimes if I feel like I want to spend my OP on stamina, I do. I spend my OP when the event is active, so that I can farm the material. What's the worst way to spend your OP? There are 4 ways you can spend your OP in the game. Skins, sanity, hoops. I'm missing something. Not furniture. I'm not gonna include furniture. People barely spend it on furniture. Is it just 3? Skins, hoops, sanity. Oh no, it's just 3. It's just 3. Okay, we're not gonna talk about furniture. This. Oh, and packs. Yes, and packs. Thank you for reminding me. I'm not gonna include packs as well. Packs is the new player pack. You're supposed to buy it, by the way. Oh, I love how they're recommending me monthly card. Go and buy a monthly card, everyone. Monthly card is so good. Yeah, but there's the packs that you can use to buy the OP, yeah, and packs are a must buy. So that it leaves with 3 things: skins, holes, and sanity. Here's my opinion. This is personal preference, but when I advise people how to spend OP, which I'll talk about when I do the Arpedia episode on Originate Prime. Yeah, there's an episode on Originate Prime. To me, the best way to spend OP is sanity, followed by skins, and then pools. I absolutely don't recommend spending OP on pools. Skins is second. I feel that it's very painful to spend OP on pools, because OP are a very finite resource, unless you're spending in the game. I mean, some of you spend OP on pools, I know, but my personal advice is I'd rather you don't, because it's very painful. Like, you see, the reason why I say it's very painful is that there's only one way to buy skins in the game, which is OP. You can't spend any other currency. And yet OP is a very limited resource. I mean, you can also play the game without skins, by the way. Like, if you don't care about skins, then good. Now you can use your OP for either sanity or pools, which most often people who don't buy skins will spend their OP for pools. I think that's completely reasonable that they do that. If it's a limited banner, you always burn your OP stock. Yeah. You spend most of your time calculating your OP generation for skin. Only 3 pulls per 10 OP. That's why it takes 33 OP to get 10 pulls. And it's a lot of OP if you think about it. 33 to 34. So that is the amount of like 2 skins-ish. And if you say 34 OP, how much sanity that is? That's 3,400 sanity. 3,400 sanity in an event, that could get you... Sorry, I can't math. Where's my calculator? Stop! I'm using my phone. Divide by 18. You're gonna replay a 18 sanity stage 188 times in an event. So you know that 34 sanity, you could be getting 100 Akitan if you were farming in Mansfield Break. And 100 Akitan is like so many things that you can build. By the way, this, yeah, I just calculated 3,400 divided by 18. Like, look at that. And it's usually in events, right, it's a 50% chance to get the material that is like rate up. So, yeah, you probably can get 100 Akitan, which is precious. The reason why I don't recommend people to care about pulling so much in this game is that, to those of you who are new players, very, very new, mid-game, whatever, like, you might not follow my philosophy in this game, but this is my own way of playing the game, which is, I do not think you should be so desperate to pull everything. Because when you spend your OP on pull and all, right, imagine... Okay, there's also a reason why I don't recommend re-rolling. So imagine this. You pull on a banner, maybe 100 times. It's the luckiest day you ever have. Okay? You got 4 6 stars. And you know those 100 pulls? What you did with the 100 pulls is you spent 200 OP. Okay? So you spent 200 OP with whatever random stock you have, and you got 4 6 stars. New 6 stars, for example. You know what's the problem now? Wow, I have new I have new toys to play with, new units to use. I can't build them. Do you understand what I mean? It's like, I don't see the point rushing to pull everything in the game, because getting too many new units is a hell. There's too many things to build in this game. I'd rather you have some fun and like pull something else, you know. Just wait for these 6 stars, wait for these 5 stars to patiently roll in your account. Don't get desperate. The only time that I say you can get, even then I don't want you to get too desperate, but the only time that I can say you can be a little bit despo is a limited banner. Because the limited operator only comes either once a year or once every 6 months. That's like the only exception. So yeah. They're very good that you didn't pull Saga next to Surtur, because Surtur took away your LMD. Like, it's a hell to build everyone. You know, as much as I want to build Skadi, Rosmontis, and Mostima right now, if I build all 3 at once, you know what will happen? You see all my mats here? They won't look as nice. Everything will disappear. Real fast. That's why I don't want to overpull. I skip banners as well. I skip banners just because I realize I can't build everything. So, yeah. We have 4 6-star unbuilt. Yeah. I have the LMD. Because I don't build. I hold back my resources until the day that I need to build. So yeah. I just saw the 85 single pool tickets. This was saved like for 2 years or something. I don't use this. The way of playing the game is that if you have some materials, you just build something. Or I will never... I don't dare to quick build. Why? Because I never know when I suddenly play an event or a stage and I'm like, shit, if only I had this operator. You get what I mean? You build the most random shit. It's okay to build the most random shit. I'm very excited to stream integrated strategies for you guys. Because when that game mode drops, right? Look, man, the amount of operators that I'm going to showcase to you guys, I'm like so excited for it. My 4 stars are almost fully built. Like 100%. Yeah, almost all E1 at least. And then my 5 stars are still hanging around. But some of them are pretty damn built. So I get to like play with all these operators in integrated strategies. I'm like so excited. Imagine taking Tsuki into IS. That'll be funny. And that's why I'm also rushing to build my remaining 6 stars that I haven't built yet, so that I can also experience them in IS. You have 7 bench 6 star ops, that's why. Is it more efficient to farm EXP tickets from the farm instead of using the base to make them? I get what you mean. No, it's better to use the base to farm the EXP. If you really want to get good EXP and LMD, hear me out. Your base needs to have 2 trading posts, 5 factory, and 2 power plant. LMD also. Would I recommend building a new orc or leveling the one that I built to the max? Leveling the one I built to the max, I'm gonna strangle you. Of course, build a new orc. Why did I not use my ticket for Vulcan and Indra? Because I already have them. I'm waiting until I need to fill up the last 2 pots. But here's the sad news. 2 years of playing this game, my Vulcan and Indra are only pot 1. Oh wells. Yeah. About the base, right? I finally figured a way to argue against those of you who say that your base thing, 243 is the way that Hyperglyph intended. You all heard this reasoning before, right? Some of you will argue that the reason why 243 is the best is because you will say Hyperglyph wanted it that way. Yeah, right? Now, I finally thought of a good counter argument after so long. If you say that 243 is the way that Hyperglyph intended, no, I just want to combat that one reasoning because it's a very popular reasoning, and I realize there's something very wrong with it. It's weird because there's no proof to say that's what Hyperglyph intended. Some people say that it's intended because the power, like the power amount, is exactly the same. Like this is a maxed out base. Now, if you say 243 was intended, why is the limit of the number of factories you can build in the game 5? Do you get where I'm going? Do you know that when you build your base, there's a limit to the number of power plant, factory, and trading posts you can make? So the limit of the power plant is 3. You can build up to 3 power plant in the base. You can build up to 5 factory in the base. You can build up to 5 trading posts in the base. Do you get the idea? You can't build 6 factories. You can't build 7. So, the game does impose that you can build the base any way that you want. So 513 it is. So there's a 153 thing. 153 is actually also a base that is okay. But there's a reason why people do not suggest you to build 153. The problem with 153 is that you will realize your LMD will produce very slowly. Yes, the problem with 153 is LMD. You will get a lot of EXP, but you won't get a lot of LMD. So you need to farm CE5 or CE6 because CE6 is coming. That's why 153 is called the whale base. 153 is straight up like you produce insane amount of EXP and then you just use your sanity to farm LND. But the problem is, if you are a free-to-play player, why would you like farm LMD? You will be farming the events and everything, right? So no, 153 is wrong. in terms of like free to play or like if you're a monthly card buyer only. That's why 253 is recommended to be the okay factory. Why? You can take 3 factories to make EXP and 2 factories to make gold. Now, a lot of people say a level 3 factory is much better than a level 2 factory. To which my answer is hell no. It's not. You know what's the only increase that you get? The only increase that you get is you can place one more operator in. So do you know what happens? The thing is that, okay, if I'm not wrong, for the 253, right, 3 of your factories will be like level 2, and then 2 of your factories are level 3. Oh, no. Does anyone remember what's the levels of the factories in 253? You can replace the dormitory power plant. No, you can't. All the dormitories will be level 1 in a 253. I can't remember what's the factories level in a 252. I think it's level 3, level 3, level 2, level 2, level 2. Because the power plant will make it. 252, sorry, 252. Why did I keep saying 3? My bad. 252. Yeah, so what happens in that, right, is that you only discount one operator, but because one... Okay, the other reasoning why 252 is better than 243 is you think, okay, lay logic with me, alright? Is the power plant useless? What do y'all think? Does the power plant do anything for you? Technically, no, right? Because the power plant is just sitting there to give you power. It doesn't generate EXP, it doesn't generate LMD. It only charges the drone. But the drone only gives you so much. Like, look at that. If I use 78 drones, how much am I getting? 1. A petty 1. Right? So isn't the power plant virtually useless? So does it not make more sense to not have 3 power plant and have one of them to be a factory? Do y'all get the idea now? Why 252 in a very dumb brain term is better than 243? Do you get it? The only reasoning that I accept, actually I also don't accept, as to why 243 is okay is you like everything maxed. So those of you who like everything maxed, okay, fine. No arguments, because 243 is still good. 243 is actually still pretty okay. But 252, you're free to play. And then you come to me and you say, Cookie, I want EXP. I want LMD. 252. Do you get it? Now? Do you now understand? So, yeah, layman terms to explain it. If you complain about that, then it's your issue. Building your base right now as we speak. By the way, Snoopy kind of explained it quite easily. Snoopy explained it that 243 gives 40 EXP, 40k LMD. I think that's estimates, by the way, it's not exact. And then 252 gives you 60 EXP and 40k LMD. Like, now you get the idea. You see people argue 252 loses out on recruitment slots, daily credits, base trust, compared to 25. Sorry, 243 you mean. How does this hold up? So they say recruitment slots. Hold on, recruitment slot you say.
Doctor, 疲れた?
Process this with me. Do you need 4? No, right? Do you actually need 4? You know when you first started the game, it's only 2? And then daily credit. So the daily credit that you lose out, right? If you've never read the daily credit screen before, is
いつかは
you go to
だ
the store,
疲
you
れ
click
た
on credit store, you click on this. You click on this. So, the sum of all dormitories' ambience will be converted into credit the next day. So the more dormitory, the higher the ambience. In order to max out 200, for every level of your dormitory, it's 10, I think. 10. So, in a 252 setup, your dormitories are all built, but they're only level 1. One of them can be level 2. So that's 60. You lose 140 credits. 140. Now you look at the store with me. What do you lose? So you lose maybe this certain amount of LMD. Maybe you lose one material. That's about it. Like, this amount of LMD is the trade-off that you're doing to build a good base. So that sort of idea, right? And then you also said base trust. Trust? How does... Wait, how does 252 affect trust? No. Why the fuck would 252 affect trust? Oh, no, I get it. Yeah, they're right. Dormitory does increase the trust. Because the ambience actually gives trust to the operator. Okay, ambience gives trust to the operator, right? You look at the base, yeah? What are you shuffling whenever you do your base? Do you go to this? Oh my god, you can't even click trust! There's no option. There will be an option for trust, but there's no trust. But you get my idea. What are you shuffling? Are you shuffling your operators for trust? Or are you shuffling the operators for dead reasons? Do you get what I mean? None of us go thinking, oh my god, my mountain is low trust. I'm gonna put him in the dome right now. We're just like, oh shit, this guy's dead. Put him in. You get it? None of us will think about it like that deep. To put operators that are low trust into the dome. So does that explain what exactly is the lose out for 252? Like, there isn't really a loss. You does that answer your question, Terry? Like, does it make it very nice and clear? So, I don't know if this will convert some of you to 252 lah. I mean, I'm still 243. I'm just lazy to change it. But I've spoken to a lot of base, like, researchers. You all know how deep Arknights base freaking is? You know, there's literally CN players, EN players, JP players who study the base and all the combos to the point that they even wrote a research paper. You know, a literal research paper with citations, references pages at the end of the research paper. There's literally a document for base that is tens of pages to deeply explain the difference. Yeah, they cite each other, that's the thing. The CN players, the EN players, the JP players are literally like, oh, I cited this doctor, I cited that, I cited this website, I cited here. They came together to make a base document. So, that's the thing. Managing too much the base is one of the reasons people leave it as it is. It makes people feel like it's too much work. It's not a lot of work, you see. And the thing is that, what's the production difference? Significant. Can anyone link Peter Waya's video? Peter Waya's video is very, very good. It's not complicated, guys. So the thing about base is, now that, okay, people have done the research, people have made the proof, right? Now that people have made the proof, they've cited and did Their hard work so much to tell you 252 work. You don't even need to do anything. All you need to do is follow. Do you understand? You kind of want to see the research paper. You go and ask in my Discord server. My Discord server has like the main one of the major contributors of that so-called research paper. If you all bother to read it, go ahead. I don't bother to read it. I don't want to read a long text, bro. You hate shuffling sometimes because it's so tedious. Yeah, it is. That's the biggest problem with base right now. The biggest problem with base is that it's not automatic. You need to keep shuffling. It's very annoying. Maybe I can do a video on it. Arpedia. Episode 7, I think. Sorry, I'm only on episode 2. I haven't even done episode 3 yet. But episode 7 or 8 is base. So yeah. They can guesstimate, mass the base, earn 1k 1 million LMD a day, you sure? 1 million is a bit too high. Yeah. So I mean, again, yeah, don't be too stressed about base. Base is not meant to be stressed. It's not difficult. All you do is bail. Bail, get a combo, live with it for the rest of your life. It's not that hard. And then the only hard thing to do now is just to shuffle. What would the recommended levels? Can you ask in my Discord server, Terry? You go and ask in AK Help. There's at least 20-30 people who will teach you how to do 252 in there. So yeah. 1 million takes a ton of setup. It's just for Hall of Fame. You're serious, ah? The record... Wait, you're crazy. You're telling me the record amount of LMD made in a base is 1 million? What? In a day? Holy fuck! They're aiming for 10 million, oh my god. But it goes to tell you guys that the base is one of the most impactful part. But I'd be blatantly honest, I don't like the base of AK. I love that it's an auto system, but it's also not auto enough. The reason why I'm waiting for Arknights Enfield... Oh, here's a bit of a worrying thing about Enfield. I feel like Enfield will have a part of the game where it's basically this, but 3D. Because if you all didn't see the gameplay demo and everything, right, they did mention that it's a resource management game, which I assume you're building a base in Enfield that will self-function. So I feel like it's just gonna be this, but 3D in Enfield. So yeah, I don't know what's it gonna be like. The game is not even out yet, so I'm only random predicting. How the frick are they all doing that? Just link the video, please. The Peter YR video. Then people can watch it after this stream. They can save it, like bookmark it or something and watch it when the stream ends, because I'm ending soon. Any more questions that I didn't get to answer? Actually, it's quite chill. The stream is quite fast today. I thought I was going to take longer to do Risk 27, but guess not. I have some time with you guys before I go to bed. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'm out of my house. And I can... Oh yeah! Those of you who have been watching my daily guides, thanks for watching my daily guides. Be patient for me tomorrow. I'll be a lot later to post the guide because I'm out of my house. What's the best base for rock? Rock? What is rock? Or random? Is rock random when you say rock? I will strangle you. I know there are some free-to-play players who say, oh my god, I want to get all the rocks I can to convert to OP so that I can get my pools, I can get my Surtur, this person, that person. Okay, wait, we need to pull out the numbers again. Pull out the numbers. How many rocks converts into 20 or random? Can someone tell me the number? Because I actually forgot. How many rocks for 20? 4 rocks. So if you want to get 6,000 for random, how many rocks does it take? Where's my phone? 6,000 is 300 times 4. Wow, 1,200 rocks. Now you get on average 1.5 rock when you play 1/7. On average, 1.5 per run. And that one takes 6 sanity. So 1,200 rocks. Let me divide by 1.5, so it's 800. Multiply by 6. You have spent 4,800 sanity. Hard earned 4,800 for rocks. This could be 60 tier 4 rocks. This could be other tier 4 materials, other tier 3 materials. But you decided, I will put this for 10 pools that may or may not guarantee a 6-star. And even if you get the 6-star, you think about it, you could have used this amount of sanity to build the 6-star that you want. But you say, no, I'm going to use this to farm a random and then get a Surtur and leave her at level 1 for 2 months. It's honestly not that bad if you're not wanting to level anyone and you're really desperate to get the character that you like. Basically. Who's his love? Who's his life? Shut up, streamer. That's pretty rude. I'll shut you up by timing you out. 20 days of doing nothing but 1/7 for 10 pools. Yeah, I can't believe it, you know. You had to run 1/7 800 times eh. Does this not tire you out? This will make me quit the game. Would this not make you quit the game? I'll go insane. It's so tiring to farm that amount. And it's only for 10 pools. 10 freaking pools. Wait, 4,800 sanity. So if you take 4,800, you only have 240 sanity in a day, right? So how many days does it take? Holy fucking shit! It takes 20 goddamn days to get 10 pools? Guys, this 20 days could be like 20 days worth of material that you can put on something else. This is why I don't suggest random farming. Unless you're so desperate. But I still don't allow it. It's just so bad. So no, there is... I straight up will not even recommend there being like a base that's good for random farming. It's just not advisable, bro. You can get 30 pools monthly as a free-to-play. As a free-to-play, how many can you get in a month? You get 10 per 2 weeks because you get 3,000. You get 3,000, 1,800 from Annihilation per week. And then afterwards you get 700 for daily, you get 500 for weekly. So you actually get a total of 20 free pools in a month as a free-to-play. But they do give free stuff because you usually buy 2 free pools within the store every month, usually. Right? You guys will be buying this and you'll be buying this. Do they only give 1 or 2? I can't remember. Is this 1 or 2? Do you remember? 2. So you get another 3 because most people will buy this immediately. And then you also get it from here. So that's 4. And then... yeah, 24. You get 24 free pools. 24, this is without events. With events, it usually increases to like another 3. Because events usually give 3 hate hunting permits. So it's 27. But if we take no events basis, it's 24 per month. technically it takes 2 months, you know, to get 50 pools. So I get when free-to-play players complain that their luck is shit and they don't get 6 stars. But that's kind of the reason why I suggest the monthly card. So the monthly card gives you 10 more pools, right? Every month. So it increases the rates. Now it's 34 pools per month compared to 24 pools per month. Then you'll find that it's much nicer in a sense. So it's not too bad of a price. It's 5 USD. I know some of you are in Indonesia, Philippines, and you guys say the exchange rate is very bad. But it's not ridiculous. This is the cost of like 2 chicken rice. Just don't eat chicken rice for like a day. I've already skipped out on chicken rice because I simply can't eat it. There's no chickens in my country, like I said. So yeah, just don't eat your chicken rice and then you can just buy this. Everything else, you guys don't need to buy them. So yeah. Chicken also very expensive. The monthly card value is increased after the anniversary. Yeah. So they give sanity pack right now, right? And the sanity pack gives you 60 sanity per day. So the 60 sanity per day, you get like 6,000 extra sanity to play with. Isn't that like such value? 6,000 sanity is like, wait, let me divide by 18. 333. So if I divide that by 2, because usually again 50% chance to get a material, so you can get like 166 more of mats that you need, tier 3 mats, sometimes tier 4. Good stuff, man. It includes the 5 mornings here. Pain. I know some places the exchange rate is very, very bad. But at least it's just the monthly card, you know. If you talk about the packs, they get even more expensive. So yeah. 1,800 sanity per monthly. How the fuck are you counting? No, not... Oh wait! How the hell am I counting? I made a mistake. It's 1,800. Divided by 18. Oh, you can farm an extra 100 times. 100 stages. My bad. Miscalculate. 100. I thought 100 times 30, I think. No, 100 times 60. When it's 60 times 30. Oops. Yeah. But it's still value. And they're gonna increase the sanity potion very soon. So the sanity potion is gonna give 80 sanity in the future, which is brilliant. So yeah. Wonder how much more random you can farm with that price. Did I beat the 8? Or I decided not to. I'll do it when the week 2 comes. So, oh wells, do that. 1,800 will go to 2,400. Oh, you are unaware that the sanity packs will increase. So, I believe it's 4 months from now. 4 months from now, this pack that you see right here, this thing, will give not 100 sanity, but 120 sanity. And then, this thing, from the monthly card, will give 80 sanity instead of 60. They're gonna increase it without, by the way, without increasing the price of a monthly card. Isn't that correct? I take it. Arknights is so generous, yeah. So, big stuff. This is kind of the reason why I still stick in this game. Like, this game is way too good with the amount of stuff that they give. Oh, hold your sticks, by the way. For those of you who are like, man, I have so many sticks, I don't know what to do. There's a new operator coming very soon, which is called 9-Colored Deer. 9-Colored Deer has a base skill that when you convert anything, including furniture parts, whatever that she converts, right, there's a chance that it becomes a material. It's a very weird thing. But yeah, if you convert these sticks to something else, she can convert into a tier 3 material, I think. Tier 2 or tier 3, I can't remember. Yeah, she's welfare. I forgot. Does anyone remember what tier does she convert? I forgot what's the tier that she converts. I might be wrong. I don't know if it's tier 3. Wait, I'm gonna read her skill. 9 colored ear. I might be mispromoting. Calm down, boys, because I am not very sure if I said the correct thing. When assigned to the workshop, a byproduct is guaranteed when 40 points of causality is accumulated. Obtain 1 causality per morale consumed when crafting a material with a morale cost of 4 or lower and not creating any byproducts. A byproduct is guaranteed when 80 points of karma is accumulated. Obtain 1 karma per morale consumed when crafting a material with a morale cost of 8 and not creating any byproducts. I don't know if she actually like does any material though. Can anyone remember? I heard that she can. Good night, Melancholy. I really cannot recall. Is it her? Am I miss? You swap the last crafting process to procure the talent with something else. I don't know if there's a karma meter as well. There might be a karma meter. If there isn't, then wow, this sucks. Does it work if she's tired? No. When she's tired, there's no morale. If you realize, it's per morale. So no, it doesn't work when she's tired. Craft material with morale for 40 times, yeah. But I really cannot remember if she produces, I'm gonna search a video. Let me see if they did 9 colored deer. Because I heard that there's a way to spend the sticks. Wait, no one did the base skill. Fuck. I did go and discuss with someone about it. I might be naming the wrong operator as well. So yeah, it's like a pity for workshop. You combine sticks and you make the pity for materials. You probably use the sticks to... Oh! Yeah. I get it now. Okay, I understand. You probably use the sticks to stack up her karma. And then they say it's guaranteed, right? So, by guaranteeing it, before the guarantee, you make something else. Do you understand? So, before the guarantee, you produce like a tier 3 material or a tier 4. Then you're like saying, give me a byproduct. Give me a lower byproduct. No, and then it says, wait, didn't it say that the limit was 8 morale and under? Right? Obtain 1 karma when crafting a material with morale cost of 8. Morale cost of 8! 8! So doesn't that mean if you produce a tier 5 material and then you stack up her karma, you guarantee, while you produce a tier 5, you guarantee a tier 4. Profit! So yeah, save your sticks. Then you can use your sticks for other purposes. She's welfare, by the way. So, yeah. But, there's a big problem. I'm so sorry, boys. There's a huge problem. You know why? Do you notice she needs E2? If you have her E1, you can do it on a tier 3 material. Like, because it says morale cost of 4 and lower. So tier 4 can produce tier 3 in E1. And then tier 5 is only at E2. 6 are fodder. Yeah. How long would it take to reach PT? Then you just need to convert things like to the point where it uses 40 morale or 80 morale. Does the 2 talents stack? Oh my god, wait, they stack! You can actually doubly stack her morale shit. Oh wait, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable if you misalign the morale? Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, it would be very uncomfortable if you like started collecting her causality, and then because you have like 10 or something, then the numbers don't match. Oh my god. Yeah, but interesting operator. E0 seems fine. Why craft tier 5 stick anyways? Yeah. The E2 one only star cost, yeah. Her login event gives you T2 support chip the first day. It's abusing her first base skill, not 1, 2. Because for Karma, she will have to craft 8 morale stuff to gain points. Oh! I see what you mean. Oh, so the E1 one is the cracked one, not the E2. Because the E2 only collects Karma if you produce a tier 5 materials. So if you craft 10 tier 5 material, she is guaranteed to give a byproduct. That's the idea, right? That might be just the same as like all the other operators who have super high chance of getting byproduct. Except this time it's guaranteed. Okay, no. Her E1, her E0 skill is the broken one. Not the E2 skill. The E2 skill is a bit bad. It's confusing. It can be confusing. Just wait. When she arrives, you play around with her. It's hard to explain by words. You need the operator like sitting in front of you. It's like how when people tell you mountain is crazy, you don't get it. When you own the mountain, you build the mountain, you're like, oh my god, yeah, he's crazy. You get my idea? Like, don't worry. Just wait until it arrives in your account. So not all too bad. So she knows the pity even when she streaks through the dormitory. Yeah. Interesting stuff to show to you guys. Oh, I realized I've been leaving the Nightbot on by accident. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. Oh else. Dear Showcase Day 1? No. I'm not interested in 9-colored deer. I don't have a kid. Yeah. When will we get her? 1 month from now. Like, she appears in the Who Is Real rerun. You're new to my channel, welcome! What does she do? She's my most hated branch. There's only one branch that I hate in the game. Haven't I told you all? I don't like the Abjurers. Miss Tsukinogi. He's the same branch as Tsukinogi. So, yeah. He's the better version of Tsukinogi. Not by a lot though. He's only slightly better than Tsuki. The only... Okay, I'm so scared of the day that the 6-star version of this appears. I'm so worried. Because this branch is really weird. Who should you pull, Link or Golden Glow? Do you care about easy? Do you care that your game becomes easy? If you care that your game becomes easy, pull Link. You will know. Okay, if you follow my YouTube channel, watch the video soon about Link. I'm making a video about Link, and then you'll learn from there. Why weird? What do you mean by weird? Is it when I said this branch is weird? This branch is very awful utility. Tsukinogi still being one of the only ops that can deal with invisible enemies on range-only strats. Yeah. You're not wrong. She's the only range operator that can reveal invisibility. But who's gonna play range-only? Maybe one of you here out of... I don't even know how many people are watching me right now. How many people are watching me right now? I don't look at these things when I stream. The number is appearing. Ooh, 270 of you. Yeah. Maybe one out of 270 of you is playing range only. That's it. So yeah. Rambi was a supporter knight. He uses Tsuki. He has to use Tsuki because he has no other choice. No. But Tsuki is very good in supporter knights. You know why? Because Tsuki no Gi provides dodge, if I recall correctly. Yeah. She provides dodge, which is good for sustainability. And then, what's her skill 2 again? Oh, and she also heals. Yeah. Tsuki no Gi is one of the only few supporters that can heal their allies. The other one is Podenko. And then there's also Angelina. And there's also Suzuran. Yeah, but it depends. Because if you're using these operators for other skills, then you're in trouble, right? So, I believe he probably used Tsuki no Gi for healing. If I look at Quirker skill 2, I haven't seen. I'll know when it appears. I actually don't read Operator's Kit ahead of time. Even if I do, I'll forget it. So things like the new caster in CN, Evan Halls, I don't even know what he does. I don't know if he's cracked. I hope he is. He looks cool. Can't wait for Abjurer module. Wow, I don't know what will Abjurer module do, man. Pretty good, balanced. Is he gonna be one of those could replace Aya, could replace Carnelian kind? Because Carnelian and Aya are interchangeable. I don't think so, because he's a single target guy. He's not like Carnelian, there's AoE. Abjurer module gonna be passenger module treatment. Passenger module treatment. I feel bad for two operators in the game right now. The two operators that I feel absolutely terrible is Passenger and Ostima. I feel like the community is bashing on them way too hard. I've been seeing this word called Wostima a lot nowadays. And I really hate it. I'm like, she's not that bad. If she's bad, the only reason why she's bad is because you don't know how to use her. No, it's not about them being decent. It's like, they were always okay. They were always good 6 stars. But the problem is people don't understand that they're comparing these 6 stars to people like Surtur and Chen, which is not correct. Those operators are what we call support operators. Actually, I mean, the one can then argue that they should be supporters, but that's not it as well. Like, Mostima is very good at slowing down the map before even her module existed. Yeah, I seen the module upgrade. But what I want to put forth is even without the module, Mostima is really good already. And Passenger as well. Like, I hate the fact that people are only crediting them because the modules exist. But the DP cost? Just use Myrtle and Elysium. You complain DP cost, but Chen Outer cost the same. The main issue for Mostima was the SP cost. The thing about Mostima's SP cost that people don't understand as well is, I don't know why people don't see this. Do people not realize that this talent exists? Like, I feel like people are committing the error that I made. You know, I used to say that Telopsis is terrible when I first started Arknights. When I first started Arknights, I didn't know how Telopsis worked. And I told people, bro, it's 100 SP. Doesn't 100 SP take forever? And then people had to tell me this. You know what this becomes? It becomes 70 SP. Because of the talent. So it actually takes 70 seconds instead of 100 seconds. So, when we talk about Mostima, right? Mostima's timing even though her her third skill is straight up 110 seconds, it's actually 70. And you know what 70 means? 70 is on par with Mr. fucking Silver Ash. $78.57. Yeah, but it's exactly the same as Silver Ash. Like, I don't get it when people say that Mostima is that bad. Mostima, in my opinion, was already like the arts damage version of Silver Ash. Silver Ash can be heli drop. Yeah, I got news to tell you, Mostima can technically also be heli drop. You know, Mostima in M3 is 80 SP initial, and then it's 110 max. So there's 30 difference, right? That 30 gets cut to like, yeah, 21. You can technically heli drop a Mostima as well. It's actually not that bad. The only reason why Silver Ash is called the heli drop is because of his talent, where it says redeployment time. Mostima core is crowd control. Yeah, and the ability to slow a lot of people in the map. I really feel terrible for Mostima, because I simply think that the people who don't know how to use, like complain that she's bad, simply don't know how to use her. One of the most underrated things about Mostima that people don't talk about is, do you all know that Mostima did max risk in one of the CCs and you couldn't change her out? In one of that CC, you actually couldn't switch her for anyone else in that one map. CC4. Let's see you. So you all have heard that there was a Big and Weedy strat, right? Big permanent stun and everything, right? You go and search up, there was a JP player who did max risk without Big. And do you know what he replaced Big with? He replaced Big with Mostima. It was crazy to watch. He replaced Big with Mostima and Skyfire. That is fucking crazy, bro. The two operators that people don't talk about enough was literally used in max risk. So that is like, it says much about them. Can I? Yeah, you can post the YouTube link, go ahead. Like, we can go and watch it actually. Why not? Well, let's watch it together before I end the stream. Yeah. I've actually not watched the whole thing. Was there no DP risk in? There was DP risk. But you can see what he used the DP risk on. He used it on the guard and sniper, I think. Don't you all find it so weird looking at Let's You and there's no Big? Like, it's... wow, my brain cannot process this, you know. Okay, we're gonna skip to the part, right, where Mostima and Skyfire became so important for the strat, which is from here. So Mostima was used to stun. Look at that, there's Mud Rock and Big Ball. And he has deployment limit as well. Hell. Okay. Get some DP, get some DP. Let's go. Alright. Okay. Sweet stun. Skyfire stun as well. You know what this is doing? By putting like Mostima and Skyfire here, do you realize there's two people attacking Mudrock right now, and Mudrock needs to generate her shield? So by doing this, right, you're trying to make sure that Mudrock will always have a shield. Because at this risk, if Mudrock doesn't have a shield, she can get one shot and die. My god, the timing. He needs to precisely do it before that happens. And then Mostima stun. That's, oh, slow and stun? Slow and stun? Okay. Alright, and then Mudrock's skill is coming up. Bang! And then I think he's waiting for them to be unstunned. And then there you go. Time Skyfire skill. And before... it's stopping... What this is doing is that it's actually stopping Big Bob from attacking actually. Like if you notice, Big Bob cannot land his hits because Skyfire's stun is exactly aligned with him. It's also for the fact that she let Skyfire charge the skill faster. Yes, exactly. Could I also mention that this strat that you see right here was not invented by the CN players. This strat was not discovered when this came to CN. This was a collaboration between an EN player and a few JP players. They went to calculate the freak out of the stun time, and before the CC came, they said that they believe Mostima and Skyfire can do max risk. And they freaking did it. That is... like... I can't be like that. I don't have that level of brain. But they did it. They freaking predicted it before the CC landed. And they did the impossible. This is why I'm dead impressed. But we see it in use basically. So if you all want to go and watch it yourself. Yeah, this was uploaded by Ender Leon. There's a JP version also, right? To show you guys the idea that something that is considered really bad can actually turn out to be really good if you understand how they work. Because if you don't, then it's really on you, right? So now we get the idea. You're convinced that Arknights players are holding PhDs. So yeah, there's no bad operators in the game really. If you... I will probably make a video on this one day. Not anytime soon. There's a culture that I wish that Arknights have. But I also hope that it doesn't go wrong. We don't have this culture yet. You know how when you play maybe a mobile game or a shooter game, and then people will ask this question, who's your main? You get the idea? It's like when you play Valorant, people will be like, is your main Jet? Is your main Viper? KO, that kind of thing. Then if you talk about Rainbow, are you a Castle main, an Ashe main, that kind of thing. Mobile games as well. We don't have that here. For some weird reason. Probably because of the fact that the squads are always made out of 12 people. You know, if there's one thing that I wish Arknights can do a little bit more for you guys is, there's no main. I know there's no main. But I actually will suggest that don't choose a meta operator. Okay? We can tell what's meta. Go for something that people don't think about as much and play the hell out of them. It's like, choose an operator that you think people don't think about a lot and play them even more than other people do. Bring them into more stages and everything. Sometimes an operator chooses you. Yeah. When you try to choose an operator to learn in a day and you take them into every stage, you will start to think how to actually play them properly. Is QB meta? Not really. Yeah. And then once you're done like fiddling with one operator, then you switch. Then you fiddle enough, you switch. I'm perfectly fine that you guys are using your meta ops and everything, but don't stick. You know? Don't do shit like main squad. I know some of you do this. And then, okay, fuck. You can't type main squad. Main. And then you'll be like, okay, let me look at all my operators. Blaze, Dawn, Sylvester, this. Must have backpipe. Must have Skadi outer. Where's Myrtle? Myrtle, very important. Myrtle. One more. I need caster. Aya, yes! And then you'll take this, right? And you'll play every stage with this. Right? You will never switch up the operators. You just take this one. Every single stage you'll use this. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't play the game like this. You know, I've never used this shit ever. I always change my squad to whatever that I think is necessary in the stage. If you want to have some fun, right, I feel. I mean, some of you are very new, so that level of fun is not quick. If you want to bring a meta op, it's fine. You can bring some meta ops, you know. Get some sweet operators in. Yeah, just like that. But switch it up, you know. Make it more interesting for yourself. Try for yourself and maybe take this. Maybe take a Nian, because a lot of people don't use Nian. Maybe take a Rosa, because a lot of people don't use Rosa. Try to give some love for Kyobi. You know, screw Kelsit. Take someone else, take a silence for once. You know, and then screw Suzerain, I take Sheme or something, or take Sora. Like, switch it up, man. It's gonna be so boring if you take the same operators all the time. You'll leave the game so fast because you think that the entire game is made out of the 12 operators that you made. That's so boring. Like, go for variety, and then you'll learn to love the game more. Maximum meta op that you bring is 3 to 4. Then you bring other operators that aren't meta. Yeah. 4 stars are fun to play with. You're currently experimenting with beanstock. And also, Also, please, 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 like I say, when I call this game an educational game, read. Read. You don't read this part.
Tipped $1. Speaking of appreciating lesser used operators, M9 Maggie when?
Oh, probably not anytime soon. My Magalan has no masteries right now. Maybe I'll give her mastery soon. You don't need to. Sorry, Rambi. Soon. Don't read this part. This is storyline. Okay, your brain. Close your eyes. Cancel this part out. Don't give a shit about whatever you do here. All you need to read is this bottom part, and it says refraction. The game, right, literally added the option. Oh yeah, if you never knew this, now you know. The game literally added the option to underline the phrase. If you never realize, you can click. And then you can understand what it does. Look at that. You don't know what's stun? You can let them explain. That's literally dictionary definition. They literally work so hard to explain to people what it means. Look at that, they even explain to you what happens when your operator are cold. Reduce ASPD. Then you click on cold, right? Click on frozen some more. You click on frozen, they explain to you some more. Cannot move. Is frozen that hard of a word? Yeah. Can't they show boss skills in 3 seconds, Jif? That'll be interesting, actually. You don't even need the story part. You just read the non-stunted part, yeah. But in order to see what it does, right, you have to fail a mission once you see all the enemies. Oh, okay. To answer this point of like, yeah, I get the idea. So for example, before you enter 616, or whatever stage you never play, you can't see anything, right? Right? They black out all the operators. You need to realize, if I'm not wrong, when okay, wait, no, I can show it from here. Archive enemy, because there's one enemy that is still blocked out. Do you not realize that whenever you play a stage and you do not know what the enemies are, all the enemies are labeled this under investigation? They're trying to tell you that in order to know who's in the stage, you must have played the stage. They want to give you an element of surprise. If you can fully predict, then the fun is a little bit gone, right? That's why they have this. They make sure to give you a little bit of specialty. That's why you don't see it. But after you play it once, you can see it again. Even if you lose the stage, how much sanity do you lose? 1. Not challenge mode, by the way. Normal mode. Normal mode. You just lose 1. 1 sanity. What is 1 sanity? 0.16% of an Ori Rock cube. No, wait. Yeah, 16.7% of an Ori Rock cube. Yeah, 0 for the first time some more. So it's not that bad. The only thing you don't like is that the daily CC, it refreshes the no data. Oh yeah, you're right. That one I don't understand. Whenever you play daily CC, right, for whatever reason they don't show the data, even if you've already played the training map. I don't know if it's a bug, but they've kept it there for so long. You'll feel like for a new player, this game can be a real pain. It is! No, I will straight up admit, the game is a freaking pain at the start. It is way too overwhelming when you first begin the game. Are you new, by the way? It loves throwing stupid tricks. Are you new or are you mid-game or are you old? Like what level, what player account level are you? For you to say that. There's so many things in the game that you think needs to be reworked and thought about. The stupid bird, you're 56. Now, you are still new to the game, right? And you can feel like the game throws a lot of stupid tricks and everything. However, to be fair, if the game doesn't improve or make themselves better, like they always introduce new things, don't you think the game is just going to become stale? Isn't it better that the fact that the game always surprises you with different things? Do you want to play Bloons Tower Defense every day in the same way? Every single day and month? That's the very reason why I got sick of Bloons Tower Defense. Bloons Tower Defense never added lots of new balloons to make me actually entertained. But this game does a different thing. This game introduces new enemies, new mechanics. It's always an experience. As in, oh yeah, you're very fast to play the Intermezzi, by the way. By right, you shouldn't, because you're still new to the game. You would agree about reading, but you were one-shotted the boss, but because the bird ejects and stuns all the operators in range, you can't know this and you have to redo the whole mission, even though it was a very easy mission. I feel like it's a bit of a weird thing though. Like, on one hand, you can be angry that the game fooled you, but on the other, you've seen the trick, so okay, trick happens once. You only need to redo it once. Does it hurt that bad to redo it once? Yeah, it's the exact same. I had the same experience when I played that stage with the bird. Yeah, I know. I remember that time when it stunned all my operators. But isn't it entertaining? Take the walk of shame in the description. It's just a waste of time and cheap tricks. And the shadow mechanic, that was great. To be fair, could I clarify? Was the only event that you played thus far Neon Light and the Gavial event? Only those two? Because you need to understand, Arknights has different stage designers. So even if you feel that there was tricks and something else, right? We can say that, okay, you know what? There is a point where it's also to each their own, because there are some people who will say they like this event, there are others who will say they don't. So we can just give and take that it's a matter of preference, because yeah, there are some bosses that I really don't like. There are some bosses that I'm pretty okay with. You think newer content does a better job at not throwing cheap tricks, but old content can be god awful with that. Nah. You can clearly tell a newer because they are better at making proper fair challenge. Yeah, you're being a little bit too picky right now though, Creo, in my opinion. Like, there's so many different types of bosses in the event. Yeah, don't mind you then. I feel like you play it after a while, right? You get used to it. Because if this could also be the drawback for a lot of new players, that they find that the game is too hard. There's all these kind of like anger points of the game, and then that's why they leave the game. But if you take those anger points as the points of enjoyment, then it's pretty okay. If you feel that there are unfair bosses, by the way, Creo, there are only, like, this boss, I've never heard people complaining about this guy. There are two bosses in the game that I've only heard literal complaints. The two boss is this guy and this guy. maybe it wouldn't be so bad if they were also autocomplete and you didn't wait 1 hour. Oh, it's coming, Creo. Creo is coming. They are giving you an option to skip Annihilation in 4 months. Amen. Yeah. Yeah, only this boss is like annoying. But the thing is, like, it's actually mechanically interesting, you know. I think the joy of Arknights, right, to me, is the fact that you will never see the same thing. I'm literally amazed, you know, what this game can do. You would think that, oh, I mean, you're just doing a caster with arts damage. How interesting can it be? But then when you start to realize that they introduce different types of units and enemies, they've gone through so many events. Wait, we take a look at this, okay? How many series of operators have they released in this game? So, this was Code of Brawl. Oh no, this was Obsidian Festival. Obsidian Festival was the first one that had actually new enemies. Then they had Code of Brawl. And then afterwards it was, I'm not going to include story chapters. Then it's Dark Knight's Memoir. They introduced new enemies. And then Twilight of Wolomonde. This is Gavial. After that, it's Mariano. Mansue Break. Who is Real? Original Dust. Walk in the Dust. Under Tights. Dawson's Holiday. Near Light. They've done 13 events so far that introduces new mechanics. And there is never once that you feel like you're playing the same thing. You understand the argument that some bosses just have one gimmick, and once you know there's no more feel and it feels cheap because the fool me once thing. But just adapt and overcome with a gimmick rather than a whole mechanic. Like, I freaking adore bosses that have gimmicks rather than bosses that is a complete stat stick. I hate stat stick bosses. Stat stick bosses are just really problematic to handle. You can make the argument isn't that great thing that it offers challenge, but at the same time, you think that when a game requires you to use a guide every 2 steps, then maybe there's visual clarity. What? No! Oh my god! I don't make a guide by using a guide. I literally make guides by sitting here and figuring out how to play the stage because I spend the time to understand the stage. Like, y'all have been watching me on stream. Y'all know that I take like an hour to understand the mechanics, to understand what these enemies do, what that guy do. And then once I appreciate and indulge in it, then I know how to play the stage. It's hard to figure out how to do something if not for my guides. You used to raid for years in World of Warcraft, now Final Fantasy XIV, play a lot of mechanic-driven puzzle content in games, and you still think there's something about how Arknights does things in the visual clarity aspect. What's wrong? I don't understand what's not clear about Arknights, by the way. In terms of gameplay, like the stages clearing, or in terms of like the overall how you should play the game? If you're talking about the overall how you should play the game, I get that it's confusing. But if you're talking about just the stage itself, what's the issue? Watching a guide doesn't help me to learn better. It helps you to replicate what I'm doing. Then it's your fault. Bro, I'm sorry, man. I literally take the time in my guides to explain to you guys how to understand the stage. And if you cannot comprehend the stage with my guide, it's a literal comprehension issue. Like, take the first 5 minutes and 6 minutes of my like guides to actually explain to you guys how to understand each of the enemy, which is actually not a hard thing to do. If you realize I've been doing the same thing over and over again, all you look at is the enemy stats. There are only 2 types of attack in the game. Arts and physical. What else do you want? Do you want more? Every event has its own gimmick. Yeah, every event has its own gimmick and its own training, for God's sake. They literally teach you how to play the event. Oh, they do that in the older events, but I believe from here, they literally teach you the gimmick. The shadow mechanic was a cool mechanic and it didn't follow the gimmick character. What's your English? It is still a gimmick at the end of the day. A mechanic and a gimmick is very similar. You're using the word gimmick because gimmick has a negative connotation. And now has a tutorial. This one also has a tutorial. This one has a tutorial for the drones. You respectfully disagree. I mean, I don't get your anger lah. I don't know what's your dissatisfaction with the game, because if you're talking about the gameplay wise, the game is already very simple. It's very straightforward. And if you still cannot comprehend it, it's really your fault, because there's only 4 stats. HP, attack, defense, resistance, nothing more than that. There are more if you want to be deep in the game. If we were over, boys, not today. You can go and talk about it in other places. But yeah. You look forward to playing the game more and more and learning better. I feel that it's just a new player thing, you know, Creo. Like, I get your dissatisfaction as a new player, because when you play in the first month and the second month, oh, I will have to time you out because someone redeemed it. But when you play in the first month and the second month, it is a hell. It is pain. Because it's a lot of things to indulge in, a lot of things to digest. After you play this game for 3 months, 6 months, it's second nature. You literally get used to it. Oh, okay. If you all don't want me to time him out, then yeah, I won't time him out. Sure thing. Remove from discussion. Yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly fine that he disagrees. I know there are some of you who disagree, which is why I'm still okay to, like, talk about it. I'm even fine if someone says this game is shit. But you better offer good reasons to tell me why this game is shit, because if you cannot argue, then you just can't argue, bro. When the boss trolls you by cheesing you, you get angry. But when you cheese the boss, what does that do? Nothing. Yeah, pretty much. We don't think that that is good game design. What's good game design, by the way? It's good game design. You go in, you clear on first try. Can I clarify? What is considered good? Because you say what's bad, then what's good? I won't time out anyone. I will refund all your timeouts. Near Light Shadow are good game design. You know, people would disagree with you that it was good game design because people had really terrible time with it. It's a stage mechanic you need to work around. Then why did the Gavia not have good stage design? No, wait. No, you're okay, Creo. I've realized you confused something. You think the bird is bad game design. No, what is good game design? So good game design is the mechanic is obvious to you. You can clear it on first try because you already know what you're tackling. Is that it? That's easy as heck. Super obvious how he works. But why is it bad? I don't get it. Okay, I think to which one we can... You beg to disagree with AK being very confusing. You would say that the only confusing part about AK mechanics is that some of them aren't fully explained in the game. In your opinion, there's too much hand-holding tutorials, but you approach things like Cookie and you love complicated games in the first place. Yeah. In Near Light... Wait. So you said Near Light was good, right? Then can I clarify to understand something? You're telling me this guy is good game design? Is this guy good game design? Do you reach this part in the Near Light event? You think boss jumping up so hard in difficulty spike purely because... Can I ask, how many bosses in the game have you actually defeated? Okay, I assume you cleared some chapters. Have you cleared Frost Nova? Have you cleared this girl yet? No, I wanna understand this in alone, Creo. Just this. Did you clear this person? You're literally at her right now. So you haven't done any of these. You haven't seen any of these bosses. You've only just seen this boss in this CC. Have you seen these two? These two brothers? At this point, right, I realized what your argument is already. Like, you have. Are they good design? Have you killed one of them at least? Have you like kill one of them, defeat the stage and know what they do? then I'm starting to realize what's your problem, you know? I'm starting to realize that your issue seems to be you simply just hate bosses. Because all bosses have a really bad gimmick. They will always surprise you very badly. And yeah, I hate the fact that you're judging an event based on boss. Because when you say that the Near Light was very good, you seem to forget that this event had a gimmick as well. Do you know what was the gimmick of this event? I would tell you that I prefer a cheap bird running towards the fucking goal and suiciding compared to a Near Light boss. Because the bird fucking suicides when he jumps out. Yeah, and actually, yeah, I agree with what some people stated. It's humorous, you know. Do you bother to read the story to know why she does that? Oh wait, I can't use this stage, sorry. There's no trees.
撤退だ。君は行き先を見失ったようだ。
It was harder, sure, but the doesn't really bother you too much. I feel so sad that you are like talking about the appreciation of gimmicks, and I feel like you did not appreciate the gimmick here. Hold on, I want to test you for a moment. I feel bad. I don't mean to do that, but when you say that the event has not so good design, is that, do you know what was the mechanic in this event? Because you said that you just played this. Is that the combination of all these things just to poke at you in different ways is tedious and annoying. You know, if it's annoying, that's just not good, right? It just simply means this game may not work that well for you. The mushrooms. You know what the mushrooms did? Oh, I didn't realize that this event's kicking on this music. If you place your Phantom over here, your Phantom has 310 defense. You're talking about sanity, the amount of resources you need to squeeze out a finger most of the time. What? Sanity a problem? Wait, realize sanity or gain sanity? And if you place your Phantom over here, they get in like a much increased defense by 150. That's why being beside the mushroom. You're supposed to use the mushroom as the mechanic to help you to defeat this event. Resources? I'm so confused. If you're talking about sanity, are you talking about this? Like, the fact that, okay, you enter a stage, and then, okay, you're here, and then, oh shit, you failed. Just this? The game should have an aura. Oh, I agree with you that the game should should have had an aura. You don't think chat is the best place to be arguing about this? Neither is voice chat. I think I'm very confused with the dissatisfaction. Like, it's a very personal preference thing though. It's not something that you can change other people. So, yeah. No, but it's interesting to hear this as a new player perspective, because it might go to say what are the turn-offs for new players as well that gets them to not play the game. We don't need to be arguing. It's fine, it's a debate, it's a civil debate. But it's a very weird opinion lah, I'll be honest, because you're still getting there, you know. They just challenge with some game mechanics and bosses at times, and just feel like doing everything over again for whatever reason. Yeah. You use them quite a bit. It's nice that the game gives you those. It seems that most people are disagreeing with me. Most people would. Because I think most people will probably come to you and tell you that you just play the game more and all. You know, and there's gonna be parts of the game that we like and don't like. At the end of the day, I guess rather than to focus about the parts that we don't like, we can just look at the parts that is actually keeping us to still play the game. Which I believe for you is the fact that this game has a lot of thinking elements. This game has a lot of strategy elements to it. You know? Oh, but please stop relying on guides. It hurts you more than it helps you. If you start to realize that you're replicating my guides move for move, that's not good. That's not what my guide is supposed to do. I make my guides to teach you guys how to play, not to make you guys follow exactly what I do. Because you can play the game in any way that you want. You think there are some people who go into the game wanting to experience a challenge, struggle, and overcome it. Other people go into the game wanting to have an experience, see the graphic, art, but don't want to struggle. They just want to go in as an observer, like a movie, just slightly more interactive. And those two types of people will always enjoy different things. Yeah, you're right. It's a you problem, but you think that as an enjoyer of strategy and puzzle solving, you see too often that those gimmicks, and you see them as cheap. You're surprised that I say NL is the one that people hate. No, people don't hate, by the way. NL was the hardest mechanics for people to actually understand. I did not mention the word hate. Yeah, you're actually trying to listen to my reasoning in the guides, not just to follow them blindly, exactly because of that problem that you say. You don't want to feel like you're just replicating. Yeah, people didn't like the fact that really much restricted, but you really liked it as well. Like, I don't know, the more you play this game, the more you realize that you can play it in so, like, many ways. Well, Neon Knight was easy to understand. You all forgot that one day where there was a girl that I handheld and she couldn't clear NL 10 and she was level 114. Yeah, she had everything maxed. And I asked her what was her problem. And she said that she didn't know. And I asked her what was killing her in the event. And she said, this was killing her. You remember that day when I streamed? It was a crazy stream, you know. Oh my god, Creo, okay, your problems are immense. Your problems are huge. I need to tell you something straight up. This game is not like other gacha games, for your note. You don't need every operator in the goddamn game. Yeah, I know you want to pull operators and all, but like, you need to understand this game is very chill. You don't need everything in the game, you know. Whatever that the game gives you is completely enough for you to play with. We're not like other gacha games where apparently if you don't have a 6-star, you don't have a 5-star, you lose out on a complete gaming experience. That's where you're wrong. You suck. It's fine. Even if you're a terrible gameplay today, you'll be good in another day. We've tried other gachas as well. If you compare the rates of gacha, by the way, AK has the nicest rate, so I'm pretty odd. It's not the nicest. It's not the most generous of all. Generous is like those games that give 100 free pulls. There was one game recently that gave 100 free pulls. I forgot what was it. Is it Alchemy Stars? I think Alchemy Stars gives 100 free pulls. But after it's just bad. Yeah. I cannot believe ever playing Counter-Side, man. Counter-Side will give me a headache. I cannot play any PvP games. PvP games will stress me out. I already have Valorant to stress me out enough. Alright, I don't need another game to stress me out. But yeah, I mean, you know, the part in me that I feel so like saddened to hear from your opinion, I guess, is I played this game for puzzle as well. Like, I played this game for strategy, for tower defense. So when you say that all these things are cheap and all, like, the part in me just says, really? Because this game really ignited the puzzle sense in me, you know. When if anyone wants to tell me, like, hey, Cookie, what was the best puzzle game you've ever played? I'm actually gonna direct them that this was the best puzzle game I've ever played. But you know, there are specific restricted puzzle like team games that you can get on computer or mobile. But this one is overkill. So yeah. I know that you like Arknights. I know. I can sense that. But the part that I feel sad is when you say that there's certain elements in AK that's very like not well done, because all this while, I never really had much dissatisfaction. You know, even the most hated boss, thus far in the game, even this guy, he was mechanically super interesting. You really needed to strategize, you know, you really needed to think hard around what he does. So yeah. No, Creo, I knew that you don't hate the game. You're also misunderstanding me. I know that you don't. You're just voicing out dissatisfaction. I have voiced out my dissatisfaction with the game before. But I must say your dissatisfaction is also the first time I ever heard it. It makes me very surprised. Overall state of tower defense genre. This game gives you brain expansion and brain damage, yeah. You can burst down the Emperor's Blade, it will be a pain. You guys know that Type 6 Freak perishes? It's probably because he has a lot to do and that you're a new gacha game player. I mean, I had an honest conversation with another content creator, which was the Fang, which we actually both said that, okay, if Arknights, right, wasn't a gacha game, would we play it? We actually asked this question. You guys can answer it yourself. Yeah, I'm going to go to bed soon because I need to wake up for something tomorrow. But, like, y'all can think about this. I'm going to re-ask it again. If Arknights was not a gacha game, would you play it? So Zafeng actually answered to me that yes, he would. Because he feels that if there was every operator, that makes it so fun because you can use everything and everyone. Then, you know, I actually agree with him at the start that I said, oh, I would just play Arknights because I have everything. I can just take all 100, 200 operators, mix and match and, you know, come up with my own strategies. But then I start to realize, I thought about it pretty hard, and I sense that actually the gacha element gave the game a different feel. No, I'm not concerned about the making money part. We asked that, right? We were not concerned about making money. We actually said, if Arknights was a paid game where you just buy it from the start, so you pay $50 to play this game, and you get all the characters, all built and everything, then would we enjoy and play the game? Which at first we said yes, and then I said no, I wouldn't. Because I realized that the part that makes this game so fun, actually, is the progression. The progression actually changed it up. The gacha element, where you get different operators at different points of the game, actually made it even more interesting. So that is the thing that made me realize why I can adore that Arknights is gacha, and yet I can't tolerate other gacha games. You all know I didn't play Arknights for gacha. If you watched the Hangout episodes, I mentioned it before. I don't like gacha games. Because gacha games are terrible. You don't get certain units to play with, and then you just feel like you lose out. That was the very problem I had with, like, one of my favorite gacha games. It was Soccer Spirits. And I was so annoyed with Soccer Spirits because I needed strong units to feel that the game is playable. And then that was what made me quit. Because it was barely playable if you don't have certain units in that game. But in here, it's different. The game is playable any way that you are, whatever start that you have. That is the part that I'm so amazed by. And it sets off this path where everybody actually approaches the game differently. Because we all have different operators when we start. We then have a different route. And yet, no one route is right. Every route will reach the same outcome. We can defeat the stages. So, yeah. If you want a gacha, you will still have the progression. It'll take less time. You will still get a solid 500 hours from the game. No, actually. I will tell you, to be fair, if I had everything on the table right now, at the start of the game, so if I had my current account, when I first begin the game, I probably quit in like 15 days. Why? There isn't anything enough to make me very appealed. If every single content was unlocked to me from the start and I can speedrun everything from the beginning of the game, it's not for me. Yeah. Also, planning strategies with a roster of your own units is fun. The aspect would be lost if you have everything. Exactly. You love Arknights that it encourages whatever that you want to build and you live out of it. Yeah. Exactly. The problem with the gacha progression is that it's very slow. Some people may like that because you can take your time, but other people will hate it because of it. You can't make something that everybody likes. You're right. You're perfectly right that AK is not a perfect game. There are different parts of AK that is a draw and a push. But I'm just impressed at the balance that they do in this game. Do I think it's worth saving 300 pools for Neon or Dusk? Is the utility gained from saving Shelter? The utility that you gain from saving up for any operator depends on you. When people ask me, should I pull this and pull that? My answer to them is pull what makes you happy. That's it. You don't need to pull what's strong. Just pull what makes you happy. It's your game. Let's say I love Surtur like mad because she's super strong and crazy, and I go telling everyone you should pull Surtur and all. But then what if you don't like Surtur's design? Are you going to be happy to pull Surtur just because she's strong? No, right? You should always play the game for yourself. That's the beauty of Arknights. You're not restricted in like this sort of meta thinking. The only thing about meta in this game is that it makes the game easier. That's it. It's good to have something that lowers the difficulty in the game. But for people who wants the challenge of thinking more, you can just play the game without meta. It ups the difficulty, but does that make the game unplayable? No. if you started playing now, you prefer to level more 3 and 4 stars instead of investing so much in the 5 and 6 stars because they just take so much time. The raw point. I mean, Rio, now that you learned, good. If you watch one of my Arcpedia guide, I think it was the second episode, that was exactly what I mentioned. That I explained to you guys how 3 and 4 stars have much less resources. And then it allows you to play with more people. You quit Genshin because your luck is shit and the artifacts are shit. I feel bad for some of the Genshin players. Like, right before I started the stream today, right, I was looking at Facebook. And then I saw a friend posting about how he has a Xiao. And then his Xiao doesn't have the spear, the usual spear that he holds. I'm just there like, you can still feel happiness in the game when you don't have that. Like, I think so off when I need 2 pieces of the puzzle to make something work. That's like my biggest gripe with Genshin. How does that make me any happy that there are 2 banners to pull for? And the worst part is that it's not just time gated, it's also limited. It's true limited. All the operators, all the units in Genshin and weapons only appear for a certain amount of time. If you missed it, you wait for months before they return. Yeah. You feel that it's quite balanced in this game. Oh, I don't know if you all have ever heard. I always mention this interview that AK had, which is... Hold on, yeah. Let me find the... I've done this so much to the point that I remember the exact number. You know, if you never read this before, go and read this. This is already like 2 years old. Is it still relevant today? I don't know, maybe not. But some of the questions were fulfilled actually. You know, there was this question that they asked, which was... Wait, you see this? This was in... hold on. August 2020 when they wrote this. So let me show you guys some of the questions that I thought was so interesting now that we have played for 2 years. Could you share the development plans for some new features in the future with us? About new feature, the story review system, the fashion gallery function should be meeting you soon. Also an achievement-like system, Path to Glory. We are also developing a roguelike system, and some minor functions are being designed and developing too. Do you realize that everything was fulfilled in the interview? Okay, cool. There was an interview that was done in the anniversary where Kaima was asked if he wanted to remake Arknights, what would he do? And he said that he would love if Arknights was an RPG game, which is the reasoning why Enfield existed. Right? He actually made his goal come true by creating Enfield. And there's this one line that I want you guys to see. Will Closure be an optimal operator? He's currently in charge. About if she's gonna be on the front line, please let me keep it as a secret for now. We will never know. The one that I want to show you guys is... Oh yeah, you can see this. Yeah, what makes you design such a game? We were trying to design a mobile-friendly game. After doing surveys, making demos, we made the decision to make the game that features RPG and tower defense. Which is pretty cool. Wait, I'm still finding the exact one. This one. How to adjust the balance while you design the stages. Our game designers and stage designers will use slow start and free to obtain operators to test the stages. What game does that? What game fucking does that? If you look at other games, they just throw like, I'm gonna throw strong shit. I'm gonna make high-end content to involve strong shit. This game doesn't do that. This game goes the other way. They say, I need to design stages that even a newbie who steps in the game can actually clear it. Right? That's the thing that I find insane. So yeah, a lot actually do. I think there will be quite a few that do, but also it's also a matter of how well do they perform it, and then there will also be some that don't. So yeah. Race 33. I mean, Race 33 is not a must. Race 18 is the one that you can get good stuff. It'll be really good if they bring back everything from old events so that you can get medal achievements. You know, the fact that they even bring back old events is already a complete surprise because you just joined the game, right? I can tell you for sure, none of us knew or thought that this was ever going to happen. Right? Like, did anyone see this coming? I didn't, if I be honest. I didn't think they would save the old events. So when they suddenly announced that this was going to come to like Intermezzi and all, I was like, whoa, I can try all these again? And then you can get the rewards similarly. About the medal, does it have the reward? Rani has rewards but no medals. Medals? What about medals? Medals is nothing. Unless you're a completionist. If you're a completionist and you just joined this game, don't be a completionist. It's only gonna hurt you. Because medals don't do anything. But rewards! No, the reason why they don't give reward when you replay the old event is that all the rewards were time-gated in the past. All the rewards are tied to sanity, if you realize. Like, if you play Near Light, per sanity you get 1 event currency. This time around, if you play like the old events here, there's no store for you to complete. And actually, right, you need to understand that you're actually getting all the rewards in the record restore button, this thing, which I can't click right now, and a discount. A lot of players needed a much larger sanity amount to actually get all the rewards here. So when they put this and they allow new players to replay the event, and the amount of sanity you need just to get through everything here, you're actually taking a much lower sanity to get like the furniture, the operator, the potential and everything. So it feels a bit like a lot to ask for when you say you want them to give even more rewards, because actually they are giving a lot rewards at a bigger value right now for a new player enjoying this system. That's something that people don't realize, I think. Intermezzi and Side Story are only for getting operators with record restore and getting the original price of first clear. Oh no, there's also furniture. And then there's the profile picture. There is also the potential. Yeah. It's just nice at least to give the medals as a form of achievement. No, one thing I agree about the medals, right, is I do find it strange right now in Arknights that one of the things that they could do better is not lock these medals. So the weird thing is, you have to play it during the event. If you realize all the medals are labeled the same way, during. Do you realize that? It all says during. Meaning to say, if you don't do it within the event, and you do it during record restore, like in the Intermezzi and all, they actually don't give you the medal. So, weird stuff. I don't know. But there are some medals that are unachievable, like this one. You can't spend 10,000 vouchers anymore. I think it's perfectly fine that this game just doesn't allow you to get medals anymore. Because the only players who can truly complete all the medals are people who play from day one until now. Other players, they'll just miss out. I mean, I've missed out on medals as well. Does it affect me? No. They're not giving me any reward. And, like, you don't really need to care about it that much. You just didn't do EX and was missing 3 of the 2 medals, which were medals within medals, which were the hardest medals to get. EX are much worse than normal stages. Medal are endgame, yeah. Like Creo, I think it's perfectly fine that you don't get medals. You need to get used to it. It's just the way that this game works. don't see it as an issue. I get if you see it as an issue, but the problem is this is the system of the game. Does it need to be improved? For most of us, we don't see any need. Yeah. The Trim Dosters medal was hard. All the medals were hard, man. Especially if you're like just starting out. Yeah. Player growth medals are the real flex. You can fight me if you disagree. Oh, yeah. I think so too. Those kind of medals where it tells you how you've progressed in the game. This is nice. Like it gives you a sort of like, whoa, I'm really growing. What other games do I play? I'm a shooter game, I'm a rhythm gamer. Only those two types. I don't play MMORPGs. MMORPGs take too much time. Like, I wanted to get started on Final Fantasy XIV, but I think it'll take up my entire life. That's why I decided not to start it. I don't want to be Polarisu. I think Polarisu started Final Fantasy, which is why he's very inactive. But I haven't played Tower of Savior, probably not. I play adventure games. When I can. Uni takes too much time. Can't fit MMO in it. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm a university student. So, oh wells. I mean, I don't deny on one thing. This game has issues. Some issues that I think can be super damaging. And I also agree that the new player interaction is very bad. If I just started now, one of the problems that I find is that this is too overwhelming. Because, you know, like for yourself, Prio, I'm so surprised when you told me that you're already playing like these old events. Because I actually don't recommend people to start playing old events at your level. When do I think people should play old events is when they are around level 65-ish, 70. That's when they can start revisiting. Yeah. No, it's not overwhelming for you, but the reason being, the purpose of the event is not so straightforward. Like a lot of new players, they will look at this and they're like, what am I supposed to do here? So, yeah. You know how the rhythm games, you can always go back and complete some of the easier old stages? But it feels like you are doing it at the time with everyone else. What? I don't get it. Are you playing a different rhythm game from me? I absolutely don't understand what system you just mentioned. The welfare operators are nice for new players. Oh, insane stuff. What he means is like... What? You want to feel participated. Even when new content releases, no old content gets removed. Oh, but rhythm games do that though. Yeah, all the rhythm games I play do that though. There are old content that are locked. That's the way that rhythm games are now. There are like things that you cannot unlock. And you need to literally patiently wait for a certain time. Like, there are some rhythm games that have characters, for example. If you don't get the character at this certain time, you need to get the character 1 year later. Or if let's say you didn't get a certain song, because like there's a song, you can play that song in the game, right? You didn't unlock it during this time, you have to wait a few months. So yeah. I think the reason why a lot of games do this kind of like old content getting removed and then recycling thing is to promote longevity. So one of the things that I adore about Arknights is that they didn't overdo it. I thank the lords that, you know, Arknights could have done something very different here that makes us quit the game, which is, you see all these events right now, one thing they could have done, right, is rather than to make new events, just keep rerunning. Can't they just always do that? Don't you all think? Just rerun. Then don't let us play it forever. And then I'll just continue, take it back. And then, yeah, just keep recycling. Technically, isn't that what Genshin is doing? I'm sorry, Genshin. Hasn't Genshin been rerunning the same mini-game events like 4 or 5 times? But I'm freaking grateful that Arknights does that. It's not rerunning, it's recycling. Right! You know, I got so pissed off when Genshin added a rhythm game mode recently. I'm like, why? Why does Genshin want to be everything but suck at doing everything good? Just fix their base game and make it more entertaining, not add a bunch of dumb mini games. I play rhythm games elsewhere, not here, not in Genshin. Why am I playing Bandori in Genshin for? Events are just old content in Final Fantasy 14, so it's nice, but you can just go back and do the mini stuff. They finally managed to pull an audio offset button. Oh my god, innovation! Holy crap, Genshin actually innovating offset. Crazy! Game of the year. You need some Genshin players that are brainless and keep demanding old minigame. Oh my god, they're probably kids. Are we getting limited operator for summer event? Probably. Because they need to rerun Chen Outer. So there is definitely gonna be a new summer event and a new limited operator. But is it gonna be summer team? I don't know. We'll have to see when it happens. They had a prop hunt. Oh yeah, they had a prop hunt event. Come on, play prop hunt in Gary's mod. Why must you play prop hunt in Genshin? Gary's mod is where the OG is at, sorry. Chen Outer is gonna rerun. Oh, no, Chen Outer will not rerun as a banner, by the way. Chen Outer will rerun as an off-rate. You know, like how you can get surprise limited operators in limited banners? Yeah, Chen Outer will appear in that banner. She's not gonna be rate up, but she's gonna be there. There's some chance that you can get her. You know what I'm waiting for? One of the big changes, because limited operators has always been the biggest problem. Good night, Yukino. Go to sleep. Why are you still awake? Yukino, is 4:20 AM. You have school tomorrow, don't you? Oh wait, no, it's holidays. Okay, yeah, enjoy your sleep. I forgot it's holidays. It's school holidays in my country. You're kind of forced to do the 300. Like, limited operators are the biggest problem in the game right now, which there are a few ways they could fix it. I had mentioned to, like, Zafeng before, that we feel, honestly, Arknights needs to start considering selling a limited operator selector ticket. Don't you think? And then 70 USD, 80 USD. I don't give a shit that is overpriced. I don't give a fucking shit that is like even higher. Like, I probably won't buy it, but it's so much better than buying OP for it. You get what I mean? We need a limited operator picker, but it doesn't need to feature all limited operators. Like, I feel that at the start, they can do like maybe W, Rosmontis, and maybe one more operator. Who's that? Who's the one after Rosmontis? I'm forgetting. Not Ash. Not Ash. Nian. Ah, yeah, Nian. Yeah, maybe they can do like 4 operators. They can do Nian, Das, Respontis, W. And then they start adding in the future. And then maybe rerun, like only run limited selected tickets once a year. Like, it's so much more satisfying if they do that. You like my idea? Maybe you can get a limited operator as a reward after 1,000 pulls. I don't know if they will do something like that. No, if it's after 1,000 pulls and then we get a reward, right? It should be a 6-star selector, not unlimited. We'll probably need spark reduction for people not to feel cheated. Yeah, no, I agree with you. The spark needs to reduce. Then people will be like, oh, I spent 300 pulls in the past though, now you give me this ticket, so yeah. Fixed price, at least you will know that what you get, even if it's ridiculously overpriced. Yeah. I mean, even if it's overpriced, right? We think about it. How much does it take to get 300 pulls if you were to purely buy it? Purely buying, how much is it? Does anyone know? 500 USD, right? If I recall correctly. I think it's 500 USD. So, size it down, you know? 200 USD, 150 USD ish. So yeah, it's like 800 USD without double. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, then 800 USD. Like I'm perfectly fine if they sell it way too expensive because it's gonna be savings. So yeah. Do I know about the Ni no Kuni mobile game and its cryptocurrency? Why do you ask me that question? I don't know what's that question for. Let's change the music. Twilight of Wondermonde is chill. Oh, I love Twilight of Wondermonde actually. One of the best songs. Will Rainbow Six event rerun? I don't know, ask the developers. None of us know. If Enfield is going to be a gacha? No, we do not know. I personally hope that Enfield is not. But the problem with Enfield is that it is a free-to-play game. It is confirmed that it's free-to-play. So, if it's a free-to-play game and it's not gacha, I will be really confused. So, I think there has to be some kind of gacha element in Enfield because of it being a free-to-play game. AK will collab with Capcom. Yeah. It is announced that they will collab with Capcom, yes. Or some paid elements like boosters. The problem with paid elements like boosters, right, is that people wouldn't do it. You know, people would just be free to play. I do think that there will be another, like, character thing. Now, the part that I don't know is will they follow the Genshin route? So, what I mean by that is that, oh yeah, if the Capcom thing announces, like, Arknights in the game, that would be pretty cool. Like, because I know there's a Capcom live stream today. But I don't know if it's going to be two-way. I actually hope that it's going to be a two-way collab. If it's a two-way collab, right, that will be crazy. Because that gives attention into this game. Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to do the gacha system nicely. Hypergriff knows this. The person who's leading the Enfield project, if I recall correctly, is still the same person leading this game of Arknights. So he should have taken a lot of lessons from here. Yeah. Have I seen this fanbait? No, I've not seen it, but I'll see it at some point in time. You don't know why people saying 300 pools just cost 550 USD? I think it's just, I don't know. Even a layered would make you happy. Layered? What does layered mean? Yeah. But there's interesting discussions. However that you guys are feeling, thanks for the little heated debate, Creo. Don't worry. I perfectly understood your points. Disagreements happen and we're perfectly fine with it. You know, I don't silence people for disagreements, but I do get pissed off if people don't know how to argue. Like, as long as you understand that it's your preference, then other people have preference is fine. I've got other people in my community before, especially in my YouTube comment, There was like a guy that would non-stop argue with people in the YouTube comments, and I had to remove him from my channel because he couldn't argue any evidence. And I gave up on him. I had to ban him. But if you can make some sense, you can talk your way through and get people to understand where you come from. Yeah, that's good. That's the bare minimum. It's not a hard thing to do, to just talk properly with people. Just typing over chat might not have been the fastest way to get your thoughts across. Yeah. That's a wheel for me. What do I think about limited operators such as Chowder being a prevalent call in guides? You heard some players really displeased that there seems to be no guides with Chowder nowadays. I feel that the dissatisfaction that some players have with regards to Chowder guides is that they need to understand, if I made a Chowder guide that has another 6-star involved, so it's Chowder and someone else, I will freaking hate that guide. Because you're asking me to have two things, and one of them being a limited operator. Then, as compared to guides that only have one 6-star, and the one 6-star is a limited operator, I don't really see why that's a problem. You can borrow that person. And even if you don't have it, it's fine. You can experience it for a bit. It might make you feel a little bit more inclined to want that person. But when people have been saying like Chen Alter breaks the game and everything, I wanted to make a video about this actually. That I wanted to do this video to explain that rarities in this game is very misunderstood, in my opinion. So what I mean by misunderstood is that people often look at gacha games and they think 6-star, 5-star, 4-star, all these things means, oh, the higher rarity they are, the better they are, right? The stronger they are and everything. What they don't seem to adopt as a definition in AK is that while it is true that 6 stars can have a stronger power ceiling than 5 stars, the 5 stars stronger power ceiling than 4 stars, but in fact, right, the power difference between each of this is actually pretty similar. 6 stars are still stronger than 5, but that difference in strength is not always the most immense. Some of them could be actually on par, and then you go down the line, it's also over there. And then afterwards, you're also considering the resource that you spend, exactly. The resource that you spend on the 4-star compared to a 5-star, compared to a 6-star. Like, the amount of resource you spend tends to tally with the amount of power that you get. If you consider 4 stars, you spend like much less LMD, much less higher tier materials. 6 stars, you spend a lot. So you're putting in the amount to get the amount of power you deserve. But one thing that people don't realize is these higher rarities, they're not there to like become the way you play the game. It's not. Higher rarities simply make the game easier. That's it. They don't make the game playable or unplayable. This game is in a way that all these 6 stars that you have, the more 6 stars you have, the more 5 stars you have, you're only lowering the difficulty, the amount of time, the amount of effort that you spend to break the stage apart. That's it. But even if you only build 3 stars and 4 stars, it's still gonna work just fine. The game is made that way such that lower rarities can play the game 100%. So I kind of want to figure out how to put this across to people, that they need to understand that's all rarity stars. And sometimes making the game too easy is also going to be pretty hurtful for you. So yeah. You feel that there's so many guides that it feels too simple sometimes. You do like the challenge, but it's like when you really need a guide and you see Chen Alter, it's just discouraging you, I guess. I think the discouragement comes from the fact that you all don't have that, right? I think there was a debate that I have with Zafag as well, where we feel like a lot of the guides nowadays a lot of the stages nowadays have been made in a way where a certain 6-star is cheesing the stage. Which in this case, like for example CC7, we see Chen Outer destroying a lot of the stages. And then I did Mariano, where I could have used other 6 stars as the core 6 star. But in Mariano, I made all of the guides Chen Outer. Because Chen Outer just makes it so easy. I feel that it's something that people just have to be comfortable with, in a sense that it's a bit unfortunate. I don't like the fact that they put these super strong units as limited. I mean, that was the reason why I said that Chen Outer had the controversy, right? And it kind of still lives on in a way where we still feel the remnants of it, where Chen Outer is just super strong. We kind of have to live with it, that this is what the game has done. But we also need to know that not having her, again, doesn't make the game unplayable. So, yeah. You see many players that they already feel the need to own Chowder because of guides mostly featuring her. I'll have to figure a way to explain it in some way to people that as much as guides always feature a certain unit, you need to understand it doesn't mean you need the unit. We only feature the easiest solution so that you don't stress out when you actually want to replicate a strat. I mean, if I did a far 2 strat in CC7, people are gonna go insane. It's more micromanaging in the far 2 strat. That's why I don't want to post a far 2 strat. I might do it like for fun on the last day of in day 6. Maybe. But then from there I'll start to explain to people that you see there's a reason why Chen Outer is gonna work better. I hate the far 2 strat. It's so complicated. It gets better the more you play. It's just like the Ergs that you mentioned that it's been rough so far. You're starting at Elite 2 more units well. You have Radiant now at E2 finally, soon Burning Shine. Oh, those are fun units. You even borrow operators that you own because you didn't have the time to super build them yet. Yeah. When you put Chowder, you didn't even know how OP she was. She sat in your account for like a month until you watch a Chowder video and you're like, oh shit. Remember clearing a stage in chapter 8 and there was shit tons of drones. You had to borrow a SA. Yours wasn't strong enough. Yeah. Man, I don't know how to comfort the players that are missing on limited ops. Limited ops are my most hated part about this game. It's so unnecessary. For a player-user experience, it's unnecessary. But for a company perspective, I get it. I get why they want to do limited manners because it makes money. But if only they didn't need to resort to it. You pause quit AK when Nian was released. Yeah. The only saving grace in AK is the fact that you don't need limited operators. That's it. That's the saving grace that makes me say, fuck your limited operators, but thank God I can still play the game. You get the idea? Like, that's pretty much it. Is there anyone who like limited operators? There's a subcategory of players that I imagine will like limited operators, which are the people who are collectionists and they want to brag and tell someone else that, look at me, I've got a limited op and you don't have. These people in this category are what I call assholes, which there might be some of you here who qualify the category, but like, yeah, I can't like be in sync with them. It's you. It's okay, be a proud asshole if it's truly you. Just know that I hate you. You feel it's okay, limited is not that annoying. If it's annoying, you can't play FGO at all. Yeah. Yes, you're so happy. Some people play like gacha because they are like, oh, it's limited operator. So if I spend my money on this game and I get something that people don't have, I feel so good. You know, when I once had a discussion on this stream, I think, where I was talking about how to improve the limited operator system. And I wanted the limited operators to actually become more accessible to people. And I recall there were certain comments that was made that I was so surprised by. Some people said that they didn't want the limited operator system to be improved. And I'm like, why don't you want it to be improved? And they said it removes the exclusivity. And I'm like, what? Do you cool to the freaking exclusivity? Yeah, these people cringe me out, so yeah. At least they get rerun. Yeah, Genshin reruns limited operators properly. We don't rerun limited operators properly. Which I'm freaking waiting for it. They're right, yes, you're correct. They are right that it removes the exclusivity. But there's a problem in me that makes me say, okay, let's talk about this. Who's our first limited operator in the game? W, correct? When was W released? W was released like 2.5 years ago. Around, I think. Yeah, I think Nian. Nian was the first limited operator. And it was 2.5 years ago. It's been 2.5 years since you have a Nian. You still want to gatekeep players who just joined the game from having an operator 2.5 years ago? Why? Do you get my point? You know, one of the things that I wished was that if a certain operator has been limited for 3 years, just remove their limited status. I wouldn't want them to be limited anymore. But some people say, no, you can't do that, you can't do that. I worked so hard to get this thing. I get that the limited feeling is very special, but it's like, after a while, do you still need that specialty? You're lucky that you got W on the no banner too. Yeah. You are, because W is harder to get in the no banner. You know, as long as something like W with Monty's Nian who aren't broken and are well designed, you just don't want something like Chowder again. Huh? Stop, Lewis. Stop, Lewis. Can I break? Am I supposed to break the bad news to you? To say that but Ling exists? And then Spectre Outer is okay. You hate that. I feel that, right, if I look at the direction of where AK is going, in terms of like how they're improving the game, is that there's a reason why there was a Spectre Outer incident in CN, by the way. Apparently people were very angry that Spectre Outer was not strong. Can you believe that? There was a portion of the CN community that was actually very upset that the limited operator Spectre Outer was not strong, in their opinion. It's like there's a standard. Do you get what I mean? We don't like limited operators being super strong. And yet there are some people who say, but they are a limited operator. I want them to be strong. The first limited operator that set the trend for strong limited operators was Skadi Outer. Ash kind of. But Skadi Outer truly set the motion. No, because the thing is that if they're strong and they're limited, it feels super good, you see. It's not all the CN players, it's some of the CN players. So what I want to mention is, when I look at the way that AK is, we see the roadmap down, right? So who are the next who are the next few operators we're gonna witness? We're gonna see Gnosis coming into the game. We're gonna see Golden Glow. We're gonna see Ling. We're gonna see Lee. There's gonna be Fear Meta. There's gonna be Horn. And then there's gonna be Spectre Outer and Ebon Halls. And I have to mention something about each of these 6 stars that I'm seeing. That... Oh, I missed out Lumen, sorry. I feel that the marketing strategy that Arknights is putting forth has actually changed a bit. In the past, right, when I look at certain banners, there was a lot of banners that I wanted to skip. So I skipped Lunectus. I skipped Arketo. I didn't skip Mountain actually. I tried Mountain, but I didn't get him. I skipped Remishine. Who else did I skip? Yeah, I didn't skip Saga, I just didn't get her. Because I pulled twice on that banner for like 2 6 stars. There were a few banners that I skipped basically in the past. And then when I look at the later banners now, I start to realize that I actually quite won a lot of the operators this time. So I'm kind of not complaining, yet also there's a bit of a oh my goodness, this is bad part inside of me, where Hypercube is making really interesting operators, whether it's the design of the operators or the kit, like the skills that they have. They're actually now trying to supersize a lot of the operators to be really good. There isn't really an operator that is now, like, coming in the next few line that I'm gonna say, nah, you should never pull them. Oh, I skipped Fartooth as well, but I got her in the end. So, I wanted to skip Fartooth. So, every single person is just crazy. Incoming. So, I respect that their sales is trying to make bigger value out of standard banners. So yeah. But I don't know how long they can keep up with that lah. I see that this game can still run a good shelf life of 2.5 years? 2.5 years. Beyond that, it's gonna be a little tough. Because they still have a lot of room for creativity in here. A lot of branches that are not touched, a lot of 6 stars that they can investigate, a lot of mechanics that they can try. But 2 years down the road, can they keep up? That's what I don't know. Yeah, see you, Serendipity. How much did I spend on my account? $500 USD, I think. 500, 600 USD. Power creep is a very weird problem to talk about in Arknights, by the way. I agree that power creep exists. Is it a problem? No. That's like me. How I feel towards it. I don't give a shit that there's power creep. In fact, I even adore that there's power creep. The only time that I don't adore power creep is when it's limited operators. Reason being, you don't think there's too much of a power creep. Reason being, okay, no, some people will say that there are certain operators that are power crap. For example, people will say Dusk is a replacement of Mostima, Irene is a replacement of Chen, and No Alter is a replacement of Skadi. Like, people compare these two. To which I'll say, okay, it is true. One operator looks significantly stronger than the other because you realize they can be used in much more places. But does that make the weaker operator not viable? No, it doesn't. The other one is still as functional as can be. That's the thing that I don't like understand when people say that it's power creep. It's like, I acknowledge it, but the strategy or the solution that AK seems to be working on is trying to release powerful kits so that there's reason for people to pull. But they will always make sure that they don't neglect the people that is on the other end of the scale. That's the thing. And they also introduced more game modes so they can just appreciate. You think that's just it's an older design philosophy? You can really deploy Skadi more with the module than non-alter. Yeah. Kits back then were much simpler. Yeah, you're correct. Kits back then was not as complicated as today. Is the CN community expecting Nian's sister to be as good as Ling? Or are they fine that they are both the same level as both Das and Nian? I don't know. I think CN players are just taking it as whatever that it is. Honestly speaking, CN players, most of them are not like what I described to you guys, where I say some people want super strong limited operators. That's not the majority. That's just a handful of people. CN players are as normal as we are, in a sense that they just want good design, good kits and everything. But the reason why the Chen riot happened was because it was really a problem. It was very strange with the multitude of actions that happened all together at once. It wasn't like, oh, bad design Chen. It was strong Chen, weird purchasing methods that was released during that event, like weird timing. No one saw the limited banner coming. Very unexpected. No way to prepare. It was a mess when the Chen Alton thing happened. And the company stayed silent, which could have been the right move, but yet, it was still causing a fire. So, yeah. You got Chen before Vigilo? Yes, we did. It's an honest question. Cause she's pretty and broken, why is everyone hyped up about Ling? Ling is, in short, way too broken. So broken to the point where I even want to tell people don't play her. Own her, get that super sweet easy button, but don't play her. Like, use her as that emergency button. Chen Altered, surprisingly, is not an emergency button. If you really want an emergency button, it's actually Ling. So yeah. Or do challenges with her alone. I mean, you can always watch guides. That's the thing. Like, I'll mention in the video why Ling is that broken. Chen Alter was just the previous emergency button. The reason why I don't call like Chen Alter an emergency button is that you still need to pair her with a lot of people to make her work. Like, you still need to mash her with medics, with defenders and everything. Put everyone into Chen's range. You know, so maybe you need a defender on the left side of Chen and a defender on the right side of Chen to make her work. Ling is not the same. Ling is like, you don't bring anyone. Alone. Do your thing, Ling. Yay! You get my point? Chen still needs people to function. Ling doesn't. So is Ling broken to the point where it's not fun? Fun is subjective. Some people may feel it's fun, some people may not. The problem is that she can be like that, yeah. Ling is, yeah, I can't be bothered right now, so I'll just win. Yeah. Ling is the only other operator that can solo the Patriot stage beside Kelsit, and only Lancet to tank the spear. Is Ling Port 1 enough to solo? Yeah. Quite. It can solo most things. Ling is a one-man army, Chen is an artillery. That's the easiest way to describe it, yes. Summer is coming, we CN players begin to worry. Is it summer banner next? What's the next banner? Oh, it is, oh my god. Yeah, the next banner for CN is summer. Oh wow. One more month, my friend. We'll see who's the summer operator. Is it a tease during event? We think that it's going to be the during event. He's a trump card. Yeah, she is a trump card, yes. I pray it's not an auto operator. I'm so pissed off with alters. If it's an auto operator, you know who I think will get it? I think it will be Shining. Shining is probably next in line. Or Saria, actually. Saria alter will not make sense to me, but I can expect it. Or Ifrit. Ifrit alter is also possible. I threw my pen somewhere. I don't know where's my... Oh, there it is. Ifrit alter for Rhinelab makes sense, but Rhinelab was not stated to be the limited event, so I don't think Ifrit alter will ever exist. So... Shining is probably next in line to receive alter. Excited for Neo Automata collab that's going to be in PGR. That's actually something I want to keep money for, sure. But you hope that you have time for Link too. I don't know about how I feel towards the Link event though. Event-wise, right, for Link, I think it's quite underwhelming. Anyone play CN? Like, how do y'all feel about it? I didn't see the event as a whole, but I actually think it's a bit underwhelming of a limited event. Stouty Farah was hype. But the invitation to wine was not very... The rewards were... I mean, they were usually the big, but it's like the usual size big. It wasn't like anything too wow. So, yeah. You know, the spoilers about stage, so you didn't check any stage. Like, I didn't check a lot about the stages as well, but in terms of like the activities, yeah, it's not that like amazing. Stouty Farah is a pain. Stouty Farah is a pain, you know why? They introduced one of the most painful mechanic ever in the game. If I recall correctly, there's an enemy in Stouty Farah Nevis which has 90% dodge, 90 if I'm not wrong, of all damage type. 90 fucking %. So, yeah, it was very bad. I hope they stop introducing dodge as a mechanic though. Dodge is one of the most annoying like stats to give. They should give bigger stuff. What's the mechanic for the current event, the Lingering Echoes that's going on in CN right now? Does anyone know? What's the general mechanic? Lasers. What does the lasers do? I saw the laser, I don't know what it does. You could like, there's a laser thing where if you place your operators there, then it does something. It's a laser thing that turns off enemy abilities. What happens if you place your operator on the laser? Because I saw a lot of people like lining it up. When attacking targets outside of a beam, does additional arts damage. Requires 2+ block when on a beam. Defense and resistance massively increase. Oh, the new event mechanic in CN is non-existent. Oh, you mean like you don't really need to use it that much? So it's a bit of a boring mechanic, is it? You can use it, but you tend to not use it. For 40 seconds, the boss becomes friendly and kills the sucks in between phases. Is that story related, Firewire? That's, wait, you spoiled, fuck you! You're not supposed to say that, that would be a surprise! I think that's a huge surprise! Like, you can spoil mechanic, but that's different, you know? I think that's story related. It's okay, I'm not going to time out anyone today. I'll refund everyone for today. The thing about the story in... man, why do you ruin my surprise? But whatever. I understand that in Lingering Echoes, right, the main storyline is Eberholz and another main character. Which that main character is the boss. But the problem is that that boss, I think, got infected or something and then he turned evil. So when you tell me that the boss didn't attack at the start, right, I'm assuming it's because he's a friendly guy. And then later on he's like, oh fuck, no, they're getting me. And then, yeah, then he probably changed. So, man, why do you have to tell me that? Yeah, it's fine. At 20 minutes per try. I'll forget in 4 months. No, I can't forget this. This is quite an easy thing. So yeah. That could have been good to read. It's a very interesting story. I didn't read the storyline. I don't know what's the story, but I saw the CG. There's one CG in the game that gave it away. It's a CG where you see Eppenholz and then there's the other dude and then his eyes is like all bloody and all. And I'm like, oh, is this another one of those Frost Nova stories? That's like my reaction to it. So yeah. Okay, no more spoilers. This is fun. I'm only telling you guys like public story, like public info that I'm seeing. So yeah. Okay, a lot of convo that we have today. Any more questions that you guys want me to answer before I go to sleep, so that I can make it for whatever activity tomorrow? It's okay, you don't even if you say you avoid all the story, I don't even know what the hell happened in that story, it's fine. Watch the fanmade PV, I'll do it in another stream, not today. I think all good. Fun conversations. Alright, satisfy the crowd. I'm so sorry, I'll leave you guys like blue ball. No satisfaction for you guys. What can you expect out of an M9 Maggie? A lot of joy and satisfaction and rainbows in your life. Alright, I'm refunding your timeouts, everyone. I've given it back to you guys. You guys should see your points back. Did you cry that you put on Joy Not and you got a dupe when you only had one of the 4 ops? It's fine, it's fine. It happens in the game that you'll get duped sometimes, so... Oh wells. Welcome to Gacha. You love talking time before ending stream. I talked for too long. I was supposed to end like 2 hours ago and I didn't. I ended up talking with you guys for 2 fucking hours. If you guys can sit with me for 2 hours, make sure you all watch the Hangout episodes, okay? Because the Hangout episodes are that long. Those are some good stuff. And then the next one is coming out 2 days from now. So yeah. Alright, I'm out. Let's go to bed. I wanna sleep. Let's find someone to read. Oh my god, Mizi is streaming. I quite like this new player who has been streaming a lot. Can you guys support him? He's new to Arknights as well, and I love the fact that he's actually enjoying it so much. What the frick? He's playing for 13 days and he wants to E2 Silver Ash already. God damn, he's fast. But yeah, go ahead. Okay, wherever you guys are, please have a good day or have a good night. From where I am, I'm gonna go to sleep. Enjoy all. Don't worry, see you soon, Creo. Hop in the stream. You came in the stream at a talking time. You didn't come into the stream during gameplay, so that was amazing. Come in for gameplay sometime, alright? Know the backstory of how I make my videos. Okay. To all of you, enjoy the raid. Bye. 7. Take care of Mizi for me. See you all.